achievements in the last 34 years of the Kenya, apart from the Children's Act, we've also seen an impressive reduction in stunting, which is about the low height for age caused by the chronic or repeated undernutrition or malnutrition in the early years of the child's growth, has been dropped from 26% to 18% between 2014 and 2022 in the last 8 years. It was possible because of the strategic investment that was made in the nutrition sector. Also, we've seen in the past 34 years, under 5 mortality has been reduced from 115 per thousand live births to 47 per thousand live births within a 10 years period from 2003 to 2023. And this is also possible because of the desired appropriate investment on the primary health care, and we see a bolster to that because of the recent priority attention to the community health delivery platforms on the community health promoters and the primary health care systems. On the social protection, this must be said, is the government's expansion of the cash transfer program, which is popularly known as Inua Jamil, from 1.2 million households in 2022 to 1.7 million in 2024. It's a huge, big achievements. And the government's commitment to expand Inua Jamil coverage to 2.5 million by 2026, and prioritizing poor households with children, orphan children, and vulnerable children is something to be commended. All these gains for children and many more will not be possible, wouldn't have been possible without adequate public spending focused on strategic intervention to achieve the bigger impacts. We also understand and are cognizant of the fact that while these achievements are laudable, there's a lot more to be done, there's a lot more to be achieved, and emerging new issues and new concerns are on a daily basis, on a more periodic basis, are also confronting us, that while we are still being able to address some of those yet to be addressed issues. At the Children's Devolution Conference, I know we have director from COG sitting here with us, did present a charter of demands as we mark the World Children's Day. And I'm very pleased to say that some of these pressing demands and asks by the children at the Devolution Conference last year is a work in progress. And I'm sure some of these demands, which are also for the county administration, for the county governments, be able to look into it and address. Because it is one thing to demand, it is one thing to make those submissions, it's another thing to be able to translate those demands into actions. And this is where the largest amount of the frustrations and the concerns is about. We do come, we do make our submissions, but what's happening next? But I'm hopeful that Kenya and the county governors and the administration would be able to take cognizance of these demands. I'm also very pleased to inform the gathering here about the commitment of UNICEF in supporting the government of Kenya with the public finance management reforms. And through our collaborations with National Treasury and the county governments, we've contributed to I'm sure many other partners also came alongside to the development of the public finance management reform strategy, which was from 2023 to 2028, which aims to enhance, primarily the reforms are about enhancing quality public service delivery where the action is needed most, at the doorsteps, and how this impacts children. So we continue to advocate for prioritization of the needs of the children and the marginalized community, engagement with them in the budgeting process. On focusing the 15 most priority counties, UNICEF has successfully advocated increased social sector spending in 11 of these counties by ensuring the CIDPs, the ADPs, and the national sector planning consider investing in indicators for children, those which are lagging behind, and making informed resource allocation decisions, fostering accountability and transparency. We've also facilitated the implementation of systems that promote transparency and accountability, such as the Budgetee Year 2 budget portal, which is the Controller of Budget Management Information System, yet another mechanism, ensuring that budget data for national and county are made more accessible to all stakeholders. Moreover, collaborations and partnership is key to advancing these reforms. And I know in this very hall we do have IMF, we do have representatives from World Bank and other NGOs, including Budgety Hub, who is our host here for this conference, are crucial in advancing some of this PFMR reform strategy. Although marginal increase that we've seen in national allocation to social service sector from 42% in 2023 to 42 to 43.7% of the ministerial budget in 2024, yet this increased budgetary allocation were invested in health and education and social protection sector, which are particularly very important in the face of the increasing poverty and equally the wider gaps among inequality levels. It is important to recognize that the government's PFM reform strategy is focusing or is aimed to focus on achieving tangible and better outcomes and results, emphasizing the outcomes over processes to ensure that the public resources effectively address pressing social challenges. And as Dr. Hugo mentioned that, it is important that we ensure public participation and engagement. But the public participation and engagement is as much as about transparency and accountability, but they must also lead towards results and better outcomes in terms of service delivery and effective and quality service delivery. So despite the challenges, as was mentioned, the national debt and competing resources and shrinking fiscal space, the government's commitment for tracking public expenditure is essential for ensuring the optimal use of funds as well as, fostering public trust. Notably, Kenya has made significant progress in enhancing budget transparency, with the national open budget score improving by 5 percentage points over 2 years, from 50% in 2021 to 55% in 2023. And at the county level, county budget transparency score has also improved significantly from 41% to 56% between 2022 to 2023. And recently, Budgety Hub earlier this year had also organized the county scoring on public participation and engagement. So this should give Kenyans an opportunity to better engage with the government on ensuring transparency and results must speak to each other. At the same time, we must also acknowledge that there are disparities in resource allocation capacities among counties. While some counties have successively increased their social sector budgets, others are lagging behind, and because of the limited resources and high operational cost, leading to a net reduction in social sector allocation from 43.7% to 41.7% of the total budget over the same period. Ladies and gentlemen, we also recognize that the challenges remain in ensuring that the public finance management reforms yield meaningful outcomes for the population, especially children. UNICEF's ongoing efforts in improving data collection and analysis will be crucial in assessing the effectiveness of these reforms, leading to tangible improvement in the lives of the community. I'm sure in a few years' time, as we continue to track the public expenditures on the social sector reforms and also generating evidences with the support of all of you, you should be able to tell us a story as we move ahead. So that despite physical constraint, we must protect social sector spending, and it plays a crucial role in ensuring girls and boys grow healthy, have access to education, and acquire necessary skills. It is also important to mention that while there might be also intentional commitment for increased social sector budgetary allocation, but it is another thing to ensure that those commitments are being protected and ring-fenced. And as we navigate the current fiscal landscape, it is crucial to address the urgent need for equitable resource distribution and efficient service delivery in Kenya. So therefore, this public management conference serves as a vital platform for policymakers, civil society organizations, development partners, and the IFIs and public finance experts to discuss the pressing needs. In conclusion, I would like to extend my appreciation for Budgety Hub for its role in enhancing public finance management in Kenya. Your dedication in promoting accountability and transparency in budget processes is commendable. Initiatives like County Budget Transparency Survey empower not just civil society organizations, but also communities in meaningfully engaging with counties, ensuring that the needs of the marginalized population, including children, are prioritized. In conclusion, as UNICEF, I would like to express my appreciation once again to Budgety Hub for organizing this important public finance conference. And these conversations must happen, must continue, and we must reach out to the last mile, ensuring that these dialogues must lead to meaningful impacts for the population. Asante Nisana, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate her once more. Thank you so much, Shaheen. These conversations must continue and need to, if there's one thing I have picked, which is very close to my heart, is the question of equity and ensuring that implementation, whatever is committed, is actually done. And we will quickly transition as I call up the panelists who are going to be helping us with this first panel. I'm going to suggest that we actually engage. What is that one word that gives you hope? So we are going to have a mentee. It's going to be projected. So we will have a mentee activity. If you can, if you have, just scan that QR code as they move the podium. You will be able to go to Menti, www.menti.com, and the code is 5735. Is there a way to bring the code up a bit more? 57352571. What is the one word that gives you hope? How would you describe hope for Kenya? It can be, as I said, it can be a person's name, it can be an event, it can be an activity, whatever it is. Now I take a new role, and now I'm going to host a discussion that we think is extremely critical. I have 6 panelists, and it's going to be quick fire because we want to just speak to the top level. So I'll just be calling them, and they will be coming up. Their bios were published on the conference website, PFC 2024, and you can read more about them. But I will start with Maurice Ore. I hope I have pronounced it right. Bwana Maurice is a Deputy Commissioner. If I call you, just can be coming up, so that then is a Deputy Commissioner General, Corporate Policy, and basically sits in between the National Treasury, has spent a lot of his time working, we'll all get from the upper side, and has been engaged a lot in matters public finance, tax administration. Karibu sana, Bwana Maurice. Next on stage is Diana Geshengo. Diana needs no introduction. She's the most active public, I almost said public servant, now that I almost got elevated to the president. But he's a very active public voice in this country. She's executive, wherever you want to sit, feel free. She's executive director at the Institute for Social Accountability, and also our convener within the Okoa Uchumi campaign. Next on stage is Dr. Anna Gabriela. We just call her Gabi. Gabi is Chief Social Policy Officer. I'll just use the officer word, but basically head of social policy at UNICEF Kenya. And then we have should you use HE? No. Bwana Kizito Wangalo. There's a reason why I'm saying whether you use HE. He's the first deputy governor of Busia County, and currently the director of programs and committees at the Council of Governors. And then next on stage is Professor Victor Murinde. Prof has done everything complicated from econometrics to big data analysis of developing economies at Oxford, and currently is Executive Director at the Africa Economic Research Consortium. And finally, we have a representation for Dr. Martin Masinde, that is Dr. Benjamin Gimor, who is a Principal Fiscal Analyst at the Parliamentary Budget Office of the National Parliament of Kenya. Let's appreciate them as gentlemen and ladies, we are going to go this as quick fire, partly because we now have half the time. As we continue, please be putting in the words. What is that one word that gives you hope for this country? And I had asked we start on a message of hope. And therefore, I'll just start from the very end, from Benjamin. In 1 or 2 sentences, what gives you hope about this country? The mic is just next to you, and then we'll just do round, then we come to the questions. Go ahead. Just in 2-3 sentences, what gives you hope sitting at the Parliament of Kenya?
Thank you so much. The diversity of the economy is amazing, and it's been able to help us bounce back every single time that we're having issues. For those who are there in 2002, when 2003, when the Kibaki regime got in, we got a very dilapidated economy, and it was able to bounce back. 2008, we had our post-election violence, we were able to bounce back. 2021, when we had post-election COVID, we were able to bounce back. So the diversity of the economy always gives me hope that whatever comes, we can be able to pick up. If we were centered on only one sector, maybe we were an extractive country with only one sector driving the economy, maybe oil and gas, copper or something, we would have been down. And I think you know our peer countries within the region who have been having a hard time bouncing back after COVID. So I think that is what gives me hope, and I know that we can be able to come back.
Thank you very much, Diana. What gives you hope? You're always on the streets, more the virtual ones and TV ones.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruto. If only Dr. Ruto could embrace public finance accountability. What gives me hope currently is Kenyans, and the fact that Kenyans embody the spirit of Thomas Sankara. In the last 12 months, and especially the last 2 budget processes, Kenyans have spoken very loudly and clearly that this is a nation where we can be of very, very high values, be incorruptible, and have leaders who understand, like Thomas Sankara. You have seen what the CS Party has said, 2 cars. Thomas Sankara said they should all be in economy class because they all learned together. Kenyans are now at that level where the political class must land us together. They cannot step on a red carpet, I am on one, on a red carpet when Kenyans are stuck in mud. How Kenyans have embraced our values of transparency, accountability, and participation. Even what the laws you're making, the budget you're passing, is not for us. That activation of Article 1 of we the people are sovereign and shall. The fact that we continue to exercise our power directly whenever it is usurped or abused is beautiful, and it gives me hope every day to continue to ensure that we give those of the median age of 19 and lower a country that they can be proud of.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Diana. Good. Kizito, you have been in all worlds. You started in civil society, went to government, now in a quasi-government. What gives you hope in just a couple sentences?
Well, I started in government, went to civil society, came back to government. What gives me hope is that Kenyans are, to use a political term, unworkable. Despite the frustration sometimes, despite the turmoil that they go through, but Kenyans are resilient and they know what they want. It is upon, therefore, those of us in leadership to listen and act appropriately. So the resilience of Kenyans, for me, gives me hope that tomorrow will certainly be better than today.
Thank you very much. Prof, you work in a broader perspective. What gives you hope as you continue to push this work?
Yeah, thank you. What gives me hope for Kenya and for many economies in Africa is that the work we are doing here for public finance, public finance can be a very effective tool for delivering the common good, for delivering the ideas of prosperity, in employment, in addressing climate change, that common good which everyone enjoys without reducing the enjoyment of everyone else. And I hope that that can happen using the simple tools of public finance. That means I have hope for Kenya and I have hope for Africa.
Thank you very much. Maurice, you sit right in the middle of the tax administration system, but there's something that gives you hope every day.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. What gives me hope for Kenyans is the dynamic way of thinking and the innovation in all fields. And it gives us that image of the leader in terms of what the world wants. Kenya is very innovative in, for example, in technology. Look at the area of telecommunication. Kenya is actually trailblazing. When you go outside there in the forums and you identify yourself as Kenyan, the first thing they of course associate you with is that you can run. And then secondly, they know that you can think and guide in terms of the area that you are actually looking at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Gabi, something definitely gives you hope as you work in Kenya and, of course, have worked in many other countries. Please, what is it?
Thank you so much. So, yes, I mean, I think I've been now more than half of my life abroad than in Mexico. I'm originally from Mexico. I'm a development economist, but I mean, waking up every morning, of course, is seeing the smile of my son. That's what gives me hope. And working here in Kenya is looking at all the children, really, and looking at their smiles. But also interacting with people like you know, passionate about what you do, motivated to improve, you know, not only your personal lives, but also the lives of others. This is what keeps me awake. And having wonderful colleagues, you know, at UNICEF, but also in other agencies and working with counterparts. So, yeah, this is hope for me.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We can appreciate that just as that first round. I had asked them to really come with a message of hope. I am given hope, actually, I should say here, by public servants who continue to do the right thing. You know, sometimes the headlines almost suggest every public servant. And interacting with them, there are people who actually go out of their way every day to do a lot of public good. We would actually be a banker's country, you know, we'll be a banana republic. Why not for those people? They go unnoticed, but sometimes unrecognized. Those ones give me hope. Good. Now, let's get into a bit more conversation. And I want us to paint a picture of this better tomorrow. Now, we've talked about hope. Remember, we are talking from a public finance, and these I'm going to be asking you to speak from where you work. We know that public finance management is not an end in itself. It's a a means to an end, that of actualizing, quality public goods, works, and services. And Kenyans, and indeed most countries, are struggling with how best to handle public finances amidst rising demands of publicly financed services, shrinking tax bases, and limited headroom for borrowing. In Kenya, the situation is even more dire, but while we seem to know the problem, we seem limited on painting this picture of success. How would success actually look like? And this could encourage us, in this conference as we think about what we need to do. So I'm going to start with Diana. So this particular, there will be no that order. And you've been in the human rights space and now has come to this public finance management space, which is definitely very critical. Paint for us a picture of a functional country. Again, I'll give each of you 2 minutes, not the 3 I had promised earlier.
Okay. A functioning Kenya that respects human rights, and where human rights are at the center of budgeting and expenditure, would mean very simple. Our security system and intelligence system would be so good, there would be no abductions of Kenyans and foreigners. It would also mean, as was very well highlighted by our children yesterday, we would be at a very good level of progressing the right to education, not retrogressing it by making it inaccessible. It would mean every Kenyan would enjoy the highest attainable standards of health at home and in public hospitals. That would be a functioning country. It would mean very, very proactive planning now that we have the current rains that we have, so that we are able to invest in the right to food, harvest and store enough water to resource households, schools, and institutions year in, year out. It would also look like a country where government officials and citizens are allergic to corruption because of how much it takes away from human rights. The current violations that were reported yesterday, especially by the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, from torture to everything else, continue to be perpetuated because Kenya is a corrupt state. We are a country that, whereas we have very good civil servants, the citizen and the political leadership has allowed for at least more than 10 years to be led by this. It means we must be a country that is led by people who value human rights and everything in Article 10 of our constitutions.
Wow, thank you very much. I will allow you to clap when we finish a round so that then we, Maurice, I want to jump to you. As a taxman, you have just published your 9th corporate plan and are now managing the medium-term revenue strategy and a national tax policy and many other things that you need to do in terms of collecting. The environment for revenue raising is getting more complex. What would a functional and stable revenue for our service delivery look like? What would make you smile?
Thank you very much. Yes, let me anchor it at a higher level. I believe that for us to have a functional country, we must free ourselves from the burden of debts and, of course, dependencies on foreign aid. And that is where now KRA comes in. How do we relieve ourselves from the burden of debts? And I wish I had time would have explained why taking ourselves out of that burden would make us more functional as a country. But the main thing then is how then do we ensure that we relieve ourselves from the burden of debts and dependencies on foreign aid and grants. It's the focus now the challenge of domestic revenue mobilization, and that is the center of the 9th corporate plan. How then do we ensure that we have an effective revenue mobilization initiatives? The focus that we have, if you look at the 9th corporate plan, is to leverage on technology. And my vision, and the vision of the Kenya Revenue Authority, is to have a system that fully ensures that the collection of revenue is not only efficient, but effective. And to do that, we have to ensure that we have a fully automated revenue administration system. And that is actually what we have started doing. Of course, it has brought a lot of uncomfort. For example, when you hear of e-teams or electronic invoice tax management system, and the kind of assistance that we get. We believe that by focusing on it, we are going to make bigger strides in terms of freeing this country from the burden of debts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would have many follow-ups, but allow me for this particular time just to move to Ngimor. You sit in the office that advises Parliament, and I don't want to ask you how they vote is based on your advice. But you are the office. You are an independent office within the Parliament of Kenya. What would be a functional PFM space from where you sit, and how should Parliament be engaging in that kind of a space?
Wow. Okay. At least you didn't ask me the first question. It would have been a tough one. Public participation is key. We approved, we passed the Constitution in 2010, and one of the tenets of the Constitution, a critical pillar of it, was public participation, engagement of the public in each and every matter. And so, for an effective public finance management, framework, should ensure that we listen, not just go to the public and get your views, but we listen to your views to the point that you feel like you're very comfortable with a decision being made by Parliament at any point, so that we don't have to come back and ask the question, were my views taken into consideration when we were making the budgets? You should be comfortable that the representative that you have sent to Parliament can well and ably articulate the views of his or her constituency and make sure that the policies being developed in Parliament are effective. To the point that you may not even know that something is happening in Parliament because everything is working perfectly. I think that will be a functional government, one where we don't have any disjoints at any point. And even just to add one last point, when it comes to a 5-year cycle, you don't know that there's a change of government, because you are getting the services you have been asking for, and we've been listening, and you kind of feel like government already preempts what you want to be having. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A Parliament where basically the views actually matter, representation is key. And I like the last part, that we don't need to even notice that government has changed for you to continue to receive public. I want to turn to you, Gabi. UNICEF works for the children of the world and looks at the multidimensional issues that affect children: education, nutrition, health, water and sanitation and the like. From your perspective, what would a functional environment for children look like? And how can PFM make that happen?
Thank you. It's important to contextualize that children don't live in an isolated manner, right? They live within families, communities, so everything that we do, of course, affects them. I would like to split your question in two parts, right? PFM for what, right? So PFM for better better service delivery, including social sectors, right? So that is the what. And to me, it's so important when I see my experience in other countries, but also where Kenya is that we consider the demographics, right? It is very different to budget in a country where the majority of the population are already, in the elderly, plus 60. When you are a very young population like Kenya has, right? It is amazing the potential that you can do by investing, in the minus 18. And when we look at demographic in Kenya, 40 out of 100 are under 18, right? 31 out of 100 are young people, right? 18 to 35. 21 are adults. Some of us are there, right? And then 6 out of 100 are elderly, plus 60. So when we look at the budgets, how they are being allocated, are we matching to what the demographics and the needs of the country are? So that's one question, and it's important to consider that, right? The other is the how. We cannot work without budgets. We cannot work without PFM. To me, the most important bills, when we see is the appropriation bill and the finance bill. There's many other importance, and of course, normative frameworks. We have the Constitution of Kenya. But in any other country, these are the most important bills, right? You can't do anything if you don't have money, and if you don't invest them properly. But there is coordination, right, between sectors, not only within the sectors, among the sectors, national, county level. So ideally, PFM should be like the oil of a machine, or let's say the gas, in a car, or, the structures when you build a house, right? So I think here is a lot of hope. You have a youthful population, and this is the population where actually is going to be adults in the future. So if we don't make that they have health education, they are healthy, nutritious, and as we call a lot, once you pass your 5th year, and most important, the 1,000 days of life are the most important, right? You can be stunted. This is what Shaheen talked about. Your cognitive development will be such that you will never reach your potential. So there's nothing that you can do later after in life. And that's why it's so important to have, a PFM system that speaks to children and to demographics of Kenya.
Wow, thank you very much. Let me turn to you, Kizito. So the Constitution, of course, puts very key provisions on what county governments and devolution system. And we know devolution is not about counties, but definitely, the Council of Governors deals largely with the counties to deliver public services and the like. What would success look like from your perspective?
Thank you, Abraham. Now, success for me would be when the average Kenyan is happy that they are receiving services from their government, in spite of the challenges, physical challenges and others. But the Kenyan citizen is happy. That is the success that I would attribute to the establishment of county governments in our Constitution. Now, when you look at that, you ask yourself, then what is postponing this enjoyment of these services? Some of it is about the clarity of who is supposed to do what. And I can ask, for example, who is responsible for the welfare of the child? Is it the national government or is it the county government? Who is responsible for the welfare and the interests of the youth? Is it national government or the county government? Who is responsible for the welfare and interests of the persons living with disability? Is it the national government or the county government? That confusion postpones the enjoyment of rights by this population. And so we need clarity. That clarity, for me, would then point to county government. Yes, you are responsible for the welfare of the children in your county. These are the resources required for you to deliver those services to the children, to the youth, to the persons with disability. We gave you this quantum of resources to deliver those services. Where are the results? The accountability comes in. But for now, there is a lot of confusion and that therefore impedes a very good public finance management system, because you have tracks of projects scattered all over ministries, departments, to deliver to one segment, one cohort of the population, in spite of. So the clarity of mandate, for me, would be a huge contributor to the success of devolution. But ultimately, we must put a smile on the Kenyan, and the responsibility is on government, which in our purpose, government is established at two levels, national and county. And the place where the core responsibility should be lying should be at the county government, because the intersection between different products, agriculture for food, water, children's education, and all others, it is more visible at the county level than at national level. I submit.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate that all of you are keeping this slightly high level, because then we'll come into the details in the coming sessions. Let me turn to you, Victor. And your organization, ARC, exists to scale up capacity building for policy influence and development outcomes in sub-Saharan Africa, largely working with economists and development economists for that case. What would success, especially in how public finances are planned and utilized, look like in countries like Kenya and comparable countries?
You are right, Abraham, that the African Economic Research Consortium, ERC, addresses three main aspects. One, conduct excellent research, rigorous research that can generate parameters of understanding, for example, how public financial management can be conducted, can be designed, delivered, and evaluated. That's the research, generating the key parameters. The second dimension is the training of the technical staff that actually design and implement the policies for public finance. And the third element is to enable a policy engagement whereby the policymakers, practitioners, private sector are able to talk among themselves and see what is happening. Now, definitely what would make me absolutely pleased and delighted, especially with respect to public finance, is to see that the countries, especially in Kenya, the five elements of public finance are benefiting from the work of highly technically trained professionals who are the heart of designing, implementing, and evaluating public finance. These three, the five ones, quick fire. Please. One, the government spending design. Why do you allocate 10% to, say, health, and 2%, say, to education, and maybe 20% to defense? The actual decision, that decision has to be technical, because you can do an experiment to see what changes when you change the allocation. How do you able to achieve the various targets of building hospitals or roads or others? So that government spending decision, okay. And sometimes there are disagreements between the government, between the international organizations who participate in Kenya's budget process. So disagreements would be at minimal if you understand how the decisions are made. The second, of course, is the taxation. how to design. We have a project, for example, on tax policy in Kenya. And there are so many taxes. How to be able to structure those taxes to generate a given value of funding that you require is a very important dimension and very technical. And our work is to ensure that there is high input, successful understanding of how that is done. The third dimension is that, of course, if there is a shortfall, if the budget is not balanced, I think in Kenya the budget was balanced last time, possibly during the Kibaki era. But in most countries around Africa, the budget is not balanced. How do they finance it? One way is to knock on the door of the Central Bank of Kenya and say, we want a little bit of money to fund the budget. Can that work? And what conditions should that work? For example, in COVID-19, countries around the world used quantitative easing. That means there was a knock on the central banks to get money. But that was dire because funds had to be available to households survive, and companies have to be kept afloat, otherwise the entire private sector can be wiped out. The fourth element, of course, is being able to borrow. That is resource mobilization from the public of Kenya. You and I can buy bonds. Okay, indeed, here the infrastructure bond was one of the successful issuance around here, and that would be part of mobilization. But the question is, how safe is it? How it would be floated? How frequently? How much is raised? What is the price? So the technical people involved in that, my success would be that there would be technical debates around the people who are involved in this to be able to get an optimum level of operation. And finally, of course, is if we borrow from the foreign sector, or if indeed, and my colleague here has already mentioned that the way of how economic policy is conducted when all foreign entities love you, and what that implies. So our role would be, what will make me happy, is that the technical people involved in this are actually working with the teams of government, private sector, policymakers, the developed counties, to be able to understand how the process works and to be able actually to take the decision that will generate better results for Kenya, not just simply do it and wait for results to happen.
Thank you very much. Deeply appreciate. I want us to go to the last round, largely because of time constraint, but more importantly, because we want to be able to, get into, more deeper conversations in the coming sessions. Now, we've all said what needs to be done, or rather, what success would look like. And I would like to give each of us a closing, and this time I'll start from my immediate left, from Gabi. What needs to be done, and who needs to do it? From where? Whether from partnerships, please speak from the different angles. What needs to be done? What must a conference like this actually consider in that conversation? I start with you, Gabi, and I'll give each of you a max of 2 minutes, and then we will be bringing this to a close. Please.
Thank you. I think very briefly, I think we need to look beyond the allocation of spending, right, where it's more about now looking into efficiency and effectiveness. My panelists also mentioned about technology. How can you, increase revenue also by automation, use of data, etc. There's a lot of things that we still can do improving efficiency and effectiveness. Coordination, it has been mentioned, at the different levels of governance is very important. One sector depends on the other, and of course, line ministries depend also on the coordination with National Treasury, and similar things happen at the county level. To me, something that we could be moving more is about results in Kenya, and for this is looking more at the results-based budgeting process and how we are aiming not to only have, health structures, but what impact, for example, the health facilities are having on the lives of people. So going beyond that dimension. And last but not least is accountability, transparency, and public participation. There is an enormous opportunity to tap into this and to improve as well the way, public participation and transparency are being done in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Value for money, impact. Maurice, from the KRA, what needs to be done? What role do you envision of even other stakeholders to make this kujitegemea a possibility?
Thank you very much, Abraham. To identify what needs to be done as a country, we need to first of all ask ourselves, what is the problem? What is the challenge? Then we talk about how to address it. And in terms of taxation, the main problem that we have as a country is the structure of our economy. We have got an economy that is largely dominated by the informal sector. The informal sector, as it is, has the biggest problem of not being regulated. Given that they are not regulated, getting information from that sector is difficult. So what do we need to do about the informal sector? We need to find a way of regulating it. There are many ways we can do it. And we need to look at those ways so that we find a way of now focusing on the informal sector and getting the right information for purposes of mobilizing the domestic revenue. The other challenge that we have as a country is runaway tax expenditure. Runaway tax expenditure simply means that we have got so many exemptions, incentives on taxes. These incentives, exemptions actually create equity and fairness. It creates inequity and fairness, and therefore creates what we call low tax morale. Because you cannot have a situation whereby some people are paying, some people are being exempted. So we need to address the issue of tax incentives. The other problem that we have as a country is the issue of lack of automation, and that is key also. So we need to find a way of enhancing the automation of the tax systems so that we can have a view of all taxpayers that are operating in the economy. If we address those three key issues, then we can have an engagement. There are some other challenges but those ones require administrative intervention, like the issue of multinationals and the issues of tax evasion and avoidance. So I would say in a nutshell, those are the main things that we need to do. Automation, remove tax incentives, and also focus on the informal sector.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Victor, coming to you, what do you see? I know you had started talking about it, but what do you see the role of ARC? How can we pull these different perspectives from different stakeholders so that then even the work of these economists is more enhanced? And please, what needs to be done? 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Abraham. The first one is to be able as ERC to engage in producing knowledge, local knowledge, on understanding the economies we're operating in, and then engaging with the stakeholders, because public finance has a number of stakeholders. You are part of the stakeholders, for example, in this audience here. There is also the private sector stakeholders. There is also a government officials, beneficiaries, and of course, the rest of the world that participate in financing debt or financing aid to Kenya. And the role is to provide that, our role is to provide that knowledge, the research, plus the training, to be able to have a common understanding of the key parameters are generated, the key aspects that are important in managing public finance here in Kenya. That's very important because the design of public finance is about targeting, and the ability to target what the Kenyan society wants. For example, suppose we are targeting the delivery of common goods, of ensure that we can protect health, we can protect education, we can protect innovation, so that industries that are starting, say, for the first time in Kenya, have the support of buying of government in equity or debt. That is the prioritization of what Kenya wants to do. And that's very critical. Stakeholders all on the table. The second part is, of course, the providing the incentive, the rationale, why the public would be involved in the discourse, in the policy dialogue, about both the design of policy and also the outcomes. So in the evaluation after 3 years, or even an annual evaluation, what have we achieved, say in Kenya, in the public finance space? What did we fund, and what are the outcomes? And when can we change the strategy? So my hope would be that basically the stakeholders are on the table, and that we as the ASC provide the research, the knowledge, and the capacity for stakeholders to engage.
Thank you very much. Kizito, from the Council of Governor perspective, what needs to be done and who needs to do it?
Thank you. What needs to be done, first of all, especially in the realm of public finance management, is the acknowledgement that we seem to have gotten stuck. Pushing money to the county government, but we have not pushed that money in reasonable quantities to service delivery units. We haven't activated the village units. We haven't activated the wards as delivery units. We haven't activated the sub-counties as delivery units. We haven't activated the urban authorities as delivery units. That is something that we must do, to move away from centralizing at county headquarters to push budgets to the spending units, which are the facilities in the healthcare system and the regional, the geographical service delivery units. I can tell you a majority of the public servants seated here from the county governments, they are angling to move, but it is not credible, it's not predictable when to move, how to move, and what to deliver at what point. That needs to be sorted out. Secondly, from a global perspective, we need to be very sure of what counties are getting and when they are getting it. Budget credibility, budget certainty is it's until yesterday when we have a mediation of now moving from 400 to now I'm told it's 387 billion. When we are 4 months down the financial year, when can we have a credible, predictable budget? Thirdly, we must bite the bullet and cost these functions. What does it mean to run a level 1 health facility? What does it mean to provide a service to a child? Be it education, be it water, be it food. None of these functions have been costed. So even as we fight for 400 billion to do what? And therefore, if it is not predictable that to deliver a level 6 or a level 5 health facility, these are the services to be delivered, this is the resource basket that you need, here it is the costing of functions and assignment, the credibility of and the predictability of the budgets at the county level, and then decentralizing them to the lowest level possible. For me, those are things that we must do to be able to have a very effective public finance management system in this country.
Thank you very much. Diana, what must we do and who needs to do it?
I think for our public finance to work, first is that it must get to a level where we strictly adhere to Article 201 on the Constitution. When we collect money from taxes, what is the national and public interest? Currently, when we collect money, we pay debt first. And we have paid debt to the point where we are using 73% of our revenue to pay tax. That is not our public or national interest. It is time to restructure our debt so that the Kenyan people can even have space
to breathe, and whether in the formal or informal economy, grow and invest and be able to pay the tax for the future. If we continue servicing the debt as is, we are going to kill this economy, and it will not be possible for us to recover and build a human rights economy as required. Secondly, we need to continue investing in a process of participatory budgeting. Budgeting Hub, you have a lot of work to do. If people who support you like ourselves are here and others, the amount of capacity building we need to do, to work with Kenyans on is very, very high, because if the pain of taxation that Kenyans have expressed is taken to be the pain of expenditure, like Budgeting Hub you have rightly taught us, we will get to a process where Kenyans monitor the budget so well that they influence priorities. No head of any MDA in government will demand more money if Kenyans have not approved that they are performing well. For instance, I am sure the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kenyans would not allow more money to go to Haiti, because we need Kenyans. Certain other things would be higher priorities than what exists currently. What has been raised by Dr. Kizito here would be very easy, because Kenyans would rate the counties. And counties that deliver and are accountable would get more resources, so that we do not need to go and benchmark with Singapore. We have counties where we benchmark what it means for the tax to fund our services and guarantee our human rights. That is where we must go moving forward, and let us always link that it is our tax that the government uses. So we have two forms of powers: people power. Comrades, viva.
Viva.
Comrades, viva.
Viva.
We have two sets of power. The first one is we are the sovereigns. We give these people the power and the mandate. And secondly, we are the taxpayers. Whether it is the revenue collected by KRA or the debt that we borrow, it is future tax. So if we continue to exercise that particular power as citizen, we must drive expenditure and public finance. No single process of public finance should continue without citizen being involved and ensuring transparency and accountability. Finally, the Auditor General recommendations must be acted upon in the same way that presidential directives are acted upon. We need to link EACC, the National Police Service, with the Auditor General. We need to get back to the point where there was citizen arrest. Not so much for police who collect the bribes, including them, but for any government officials who is stealing our tax and our debt. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. And finally, I said we'll appreciate all of them at the end. That appreciation is noted. I know it's coming from the Viva. Gimor, you better live up. So what needs to be done, especially by Parliament, and what kind of support are you expecting from citizens? You talked about public participation. There's one going on right now. We hope they will listen. Will not put you under pressure. You're not a member of Parliament. But what needs to be done? What kind of support is required by Parliament to be able to make the right choices for the country? Thanks.
All right, thank you. I think I'll pick a cue from what my colleague from carried, the way he presented it. Number one, we need to understand what the problem is. And I'll summarize it into two things. Number one is budget financing, and I think a few guys have already put it onto the board. I'm trying to look at how we are financing our budgets. The core to it is taxation. Technically, even if you're borrowing, you're just bringing forward the taxes you're supposed to collect in the future to use them in the current. So taxation is going to be key, and trying to understand what are the essentials, at what level should we be taxing the country? What is a feasible amount of tax to be able to allow the country grow? How do we see loopholes? How do we see, the economy has changed, it's grown, technology has been adopted. COVID-19 made us adopt technology 10 years ahead of time. How do we adjust our taxation systems to be able to look at that? How do we make it more effective and more current to the current situations? How do we look at, apart from taxation, because now you're looking at the future sources of revenue, how do we look at alternative sources apart from just borrowings? What do we think about PPPs? Public-private partnerships. What do we think about privatizations, to be able, privatization of some of our state-owned enterprises, to be able to make them more effective and also allow government to be able to collect additional revenue? So what do we look at? Sources of funding that can be able to come and fund our budgets. That's quite critical. The second one is our expenditures. How efficient is our expenditures? How effective and efficient are our expenditures? Are we really following our laid down Vision 2030 development goals? Are we achieving what the public is requesting, the services that they do need? Are we providing education? Are we providing healthcare? All that. Have we costed? And I think former Deputy Governor here just raised a very critical thing. Have we really costed our functions? Do we really know what is required? Do we need, I think my colleague from ARC talked about it, do we need this amount of money for KDF? Do we need this amount of money for National Police? Is this what we need to be able to put aside for roads? That conversation has to really come out clearly. So, knowing that those two are our biggest issues, what do we need to do? I think it's something I've always asked ARMS every single time. Research, and I'm happy ARC brought it out. Have we researched well enough on the policies we are proposing, on the discussions we come onto the table to have? Have we undertaken deeper research? I was lucky to do my PhD in the UK, did my PhD on trade agreements at a point where UK was going through Brexit. And I can tell you, each and every forum I went to make a presentation of my paper, half of the discussions then were on Brexit. Half of the papers being done then on Brexit. Where is research in this country? Why are we not doing that amount? Why are we not giving different views? Why are we just banking on hearsay or sideshows? Why are we not banking on it? Where should we put the space of research in this place? I think moving forward, and I'm happy that we're having the conference. Moving forward in the conference, I do believe that maybe next year, the year after that, we should be seeing more research. Maybe we can have a whole day of where we can get people bringing in. ARC can come in and give us researchable materials. Our donor agencies could be able to fund research. That way, it could enhance the discussion. KRA could be able to also bring out their research. We should also be able to put in our research on the recommendations on what we are doing as government. Why are we proposing to increase payee? Why are we proposing to increase corporate tax? Have we looked at the overall impact, the net effect, the general equilibrium effect of a policy like that? So research is going to be very, very key. Moving forward, I think it's something that we should be able to discuss in this conference. The second one is now what we are doing, sensitization. We need to look at how we can be able to increase and improve sensitization to the public, to the national government, to government employees, National Assembly, the members of Parliament, the county assemblies, all of that. We should be able to sensitize them a bit more and try, bring the conversation to them so that they can be able to do, to improve on the policies that they are implementing and the budgeting that we're doing. So if we can have the benchmark on research and then sensitization, I think that should be able to take us forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate the panel. unfortunately, this is the one panel where we will not have question and answer. The reason why is because we just wanted to set the pace. On Menti, I'm also seeing the same things that are really collaborating with what we are discussing here: budget financing. We must talk about reforms. How do we better communicate budget proposals? Public participation more fruitful, and we will be having conversations on that. Allow me to bring this to a close, 15 minutes past the intended hour, and invite, I think it's Anthony, to manage the appreciation of the panel and a photo. Ndirango is here, and Sandra. I think then we take it up from there. Over to you, Anthony.
All right, let's appreciate Dr. Rugo as well as the panel. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We will kindly ask Ndirango, yes, to do just a bit of the gifts, then we'll do a photo, and after that we'll take our break. Karibu.
Right. Thank you, and well done for the insights. We'll do this part of the session also as a fellow panelist in that way.
Great, thank you very much. So we start here, we do a photo as it does appreciation. Hapo tunaweza kupiga makofi one more. Thank you very much. All right. Diana mmempigia sana. Pigeni sasa. Ya viva. Thank you very much. All right. So Kizito, thank you. Thank you very much. We'll have one for Anna. We also have one for Daktari. All right. It is good to be a moderator. You walk away with something. Thank you very much, Ndirango, for that. We'll just step forward. We do a group photo. Ndirango, you're part of that. All right, let me invite Shaheen as well to join us to get to receive her gift, but as well, be part of this photo. Shaheen. All right, thank you, Shaheen. You say you already have a gift, but this is for you, not for UNICEF, all right? So you can receive that gift. Thank you. Let's appreciate Shaheen. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, we were to do a photo outside, but it's raining. So this is what's going to happen. We are going to do a photo right here. We will see how best to do this. All right, great. So our photographer will be up here. So we will ask, so this is what we're going to do. The first 4 rows, you will remain seated. All right? Together with this first, the moderators as well as the panelists who are here. After that, for the theater, those in the theater style setup, the first 4 rows we will remain seated, and then after that, then we will start having people stand up. I hope that we can be able to hack this. So Lex, please help us in managing this. So up to here we will remain seated, okay? Wow. Please let's stand up. You can, for those who have laptops and working, please you can close them for a minute. So I want the rest of us after this, I want us to just find a place where you can stand. Kindly, some of us, you can come here on the sides. How is that coming up, Lex? All right. Please, anyone after this row, just come. We'll find a place for you to fit in. Some of you can get into the spaces right here. Please come. Those who are behind, just kindly come. We see where we can place you. Kindly just come. We have more space here on the sides. We'll want more people here. Kindly just come. Thank you. Thank you very much. There's some space here. Yes, your protocol team can help us. We have a few more spaces here. On the other side as well. Lex, are we getting there? Okay. All right. So let's look at the cameras. Let's smile, please. Usiharibu picha ya wenyewe.
You can all say PFC 2024.
PFC 2024. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let me invite the panelists, those in this table, please kindly just come, stand here. We just want to do one more photo for all the panelists here. Please just come for a minute, stand here. Karibuni, karibuni, yes. All the panelists present, kindly come. Please, you can join them. Yeah. Kindly just join them. Now, those of us who are... Lex, do we need to add more to this, or this is good?
Some can just go up.
All right. Yes.
For some of you, not all. Yes.
From Anna, from where Anna is to the rest, yes, you can go up, kindly. Yes, kindly come through this side. Okay, some are already up. Yes, kindly come this side, to the far end. Yes, to the far end. All right. Please come to the far end. Yes, thank you very much. Kindly come to the far end. Yes. You move to the far end. Thank you. All right.
PFC 2024. Yes. Right. We can have now other.
All right, those who are in row 1, row 2, row 3, please just join them at the back so that we just have a a bigger one. This might not be everyone. That's the privilege of sitting at the front. Eh? So let's just join. Yes. Kindly, our three guests, you can also join us here, if you don't mind. All right? Please, right here. The rest of us can go behind kindly. Thank you. If you feel you need to be in this photo, you can join them at the back, as long as we can see you. Please, you can, sir, you can go there. Yes, thank you. Yes, you can join where Dr. Rugo is. Yes, can.
Forward with accountability, forward. Forward. Forward with accountability, forward. Forward. Forward with transparency, forward.
Forward.
More power to the people, more power. More power to the people, more power.
More power. So this group, after this, please let's board the buses to town. There's a mandamano happening, you can join them. Looks like there's power, all right? All right, so let's look at the cameras and smile. Let's say PFC 2024. 3, 2, let's go. PFC 2024. Thank you very much, all right? All right, so we are having a short tea break. We will do half an hour. So at the back of the hall, we have the setup for tea. Kindly, immediately after 30 minutes, we'll begin. So please enjoy, network, get to know someone from a different county, and it will be great. We are ready to go for the tea break, ladies and gentlemen. Karibuni sana.
The mix, the mix, the mention my name. DJ Cypherly in the mix.
Say you don't bust my eyeglass. You don't scar my eyeglass. See my eye, I don't cross. You put me on. See why you make me bitch. Why you make me bitch. See why you did to me. God save me. I know you got me now. I know you got me now. Followed you up and down. Followed you up and down. Followed you up and down. Now I don't lost my mind. Now I don't lost my mind. Now I don't lost my mind. Now I know you lied. Now I know you lied. Now I know. Cause the doctor said I want my liver. I've been drinking smoking cigars. Used to sing and play my guitar. Now I'm lost in some bizarre. Everything where you are, say you don't bust my eyeglass. You don't scar my eyeglass. See my eye, I don't cross. Put me on. See why you make me bitch. Why you make me bitch. See why you did to me. God save me.
All right. Please, let's get back in. We will have a longer lunch break. Kindly, let's get back in so that we can begin our session. Tafadhali turudi ndani ndio tuendelee. Protocol team, kindly ask our delegates to get in. Please, let's get back so that we will be starting in another 4 minutes.
This is International DJ Cypher in the mix.
All right, thank you very much. Once we have 10 people in the room, we are ready to start. Thank you very much. I hope you were able to get something in the first session. Hii nataka watu wa Kwale sana. Sijui mbona nahisi watu wa Kwale watanisaidia hapa jamani. Mwalimu, karibu sana. So we want to begin our second session. We have a longer lunch break. So we'll give you more opportunities to interact and engage. But one more time, let me see by show of hands. Wale wametoka pwani jamani. Wapi watu wa pwani? Kwa mikono tu, asanteni. Watu wa pwani ni wengi, sio? Watu wa pwani jipigieni makofi. Asanteni sana kuja. Kuna wale wametoka Kwale, Mombasa, sio? Kuna wataita Taveta. Wapi watu wa Taita Taveta wamekuja kutoka? Watu wa Nairobi hata wajasija. Please put your Swahili aside. Hapa hamwezi. All right, anyone from the northeastern area wapo jamani, tuwapigie makofi. Our friends from that area, thank you very much for making time to be here. Najua safari ndefu sio? Lakini mmetumia siku ngapi? 4 ama 5? Siku 7. Hao ni watu wa Embakasi wanaongea hivyo. Nowadays it's very, very, very short. Thank you very much for coming. Anyone from Western Kenya, the Lake region, Nyanza? Tafadhali mikono, nione tu kwa mikono. Thank you very much. Watu wa Nyanza wako wapi? Anyone from the Lake region? All of you have ties. Please stand up. Please stand up. Watu wa Nyanza. Look at them. My brother on the other end. Oneni watu wa Nyanza vile wanakaa. Kuna mmoja ametoka pale TRM, tuheshimiane. Wewe si wa Nyanza. Thank you very much. Wapi watu wa Mlima? Please, watu wa Mlima wako wapi? Wako hapa? Hao wamevaa makabuti tu. Ni baridi ya Mlima ama ni nini? All right. Ama kwa sababu iliguswa. Oh my goodness, I apologize. Kwa Mlima kuguswa, all right? So we'll be getting into our next session. Our next session is an amazing session. We're doing financing budgets in the context of fiscal constraints. But as we do that, I want to give you some 2 words. These words are very, very important in this conference. But the first person to tell me what this word is, please follow me. I will give you a gift. That gift might range from a pen all the way to a beautiful hamper. So just answer the question right. You never know what you will win, all right? So this is word number 1. I am, mixing up and jumbling the words. So you tell me what this is. The very first person to lift up your hand, okay? D-E-U-T-B-J. These are the words for that word. These are the letters. Yes. What's the word? The word is budget. Let's appreciate her. All right, so please see me after this. I will give you a beautiful black pen. You will take home, okay? Word number 2 is N-I-A-C-E-N. This is the spelling. F-N-I. I haven't finished. Look at you. Yeah, the last word is G. What's that word? You see, all of you, please, shortcuts. Don't go that direction. So that's financing, all right? So those 2 words are going to be very key even as we continue engaging budget, financing. Okay. So we had Menti. We saw a lot of words that you guys spoke about. There's a word that kept coming, Gen Z, Gen Z, Gen Z, even as we think about hope, all right? We have a number of university students. I just want you to lift up your hand. If you're a university student, kindly lift up your hand boldly. This is the generation, right? Please stand up. Stand up if you're from the university and you're together with us today. Okay, all right. We have quite a number of university students. Please let's appreciate them. Thank you very much for making time to be here. This is your session. Towards the end of the conference, you'll actually have an opportunity, to engage very specifically for this generation, all right? So right about now, I want to invite a gentleman. We call him a Gen Z economist, all right? And really, we really want to appreciate Budgeti Hub for not just having, the Gen X leading panels and moderating, but also giving an opportunity to the young ones to be able to do that. When I talk about young ones, I'm talking about Gen Zs, And so I want to invite a gentleman who is part of the Budgeti Hub. He's going to moderate this session. So let's put our hands together as I invite Cuba Houghton. Wapi makofi yake tafadhali? He might look tall, but he's young. And he's doing great things. Wapi makofi one more time. Karibu sana Cuba to invite the panelists.
Thank you, Anthony. Good morning, everyone, once again. My name is Cuba Houghton. I am the budget financing lead at Budgeti Hub, and I'll be moderating this session on budget financing in the context of fiscal constraint. And I'd actually like us to start with a short clip. If the team can cue the clip that basically grounds the conversation we're about to have as I invite the panelists up.
Try to punish myself into forgiveness. My name is Elsafan Njora, aka Njora Manjaro, aka Superstar. I'm an actor and a poet. I'm in the film, entertainment, cultural sector industry. My name is Ngatia. I am an artist, a writer, an oratorist, and a researcher.
You can pause the video.
My biggest concerns when it comes to public finance management is the lack of integrity and the amount of public funds, public assets that just disappear.
Sorry, I don't think that's the correct video. That's the one for the future of public finance. So we are, as much as we are Gen Zs, we are getting ahead. So there's another clip for budget financing, so I'm sure it'll come up. But as we get into that, I'll invite my panelists on the stage who will help us dive into this very important conversation today. So first up, I would like to invite, All right, first up, I would like to invite Jilna Shah, who is the Vice Chair for the Budget Financing or the Public Finance Committee, or Board of KEPSA, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. If you can give her a round of applause. She also does quite a bit of work around tax at RSM Consulting Limited in the East African office. Karibu, Jilna. I then would like to invite Veronica Ndegwa, who is from the Institute of Public Finance and leads some of the research work around there, particularly around budget financing in Kenya. I'd also like to invite CPA Robert Maina, who is a registered or certified public accountant with ISPAC and sits on the Public Finance and Taxation Committee at the Institute of Certified Public Accountants in Kenya. I would also like to invite Wangari Mukia, who is the founder and managing director of Expertise Global. Karibu Wangari. Distinguished economist across Africa on the African continent in matters fiscal policy. Sorry? Okay. I would also like to invite Kiama Kiaria, who is a distinguished researcher and economist at EcoCap Limited, and will be helping us guide through the conversation around public debt with some interesting research he's been doing recently. So please give him a round of applause. All right, so I believe the clip is ready, so we can perhaps cycle through that and then begin our discussion.
My name is Rosemary Washuka Gakinya. I live in Nakuru Blankets. I operate this small business. It's a food truck. Taxes have really affected us a lot. When you look at the margins we used to make in 2020, it's not the same margins we are making now. Let me give a rough estimate. We used to buy, say, veggies at 10 shillings. Now we are buying them at 40. We used to buy chicken at 1 kg at 300 bob. Now we are buying them at 450. You see, for a small business, you can't add prices instantly. There has to be a process where you have to inform also your clients that you're adding the prices. So at most of the time we are forced to swallow the tax margins, which has really affected our business in terms of also the personnel that you're able to employ, the resources that you're able to outsource, like marketing. We are also able to, we are limiting in terms of our expansion, in terms of if we ever want to scale it up, will it be a sustainable business due to the tax margins?
Okay, I think we are good to go, so thank you for that. So that was just an idea of perhaps what's on the other side when we talk about this budget financing conversation. So we tend to focus quite a bit on government and the different efforts the government makes towards raising finance, but what actually is the impact of these measures? And so today our discussion is heavily on that, and I thought it'd be interesting to break down a bit these two big words that we have here. So we have financing budgets and the fiscal constraint. So what do we mean by financing budgets? And for the purposes of the discussion, we'll be talking about how exactly is it that the government makes money, right? The government raises revenue through the different sources and tools available, and we'll be discussing them in depth today. And what do we mean by fiscal constraint, right? I think it's something that's already been mentioned quite a bit today. And I'd like to think about this from two perspectives. On the one hand, you have that the government of Kenya seems to have maxed out on a lot of the sources of revenue, right? And it doesn't have to be scientific. Maybe we can do a short experiment. So how many of the people in the room, you can raise your hand, have more money to give government from their income? If you have more tax you would like to give, right? So I don't see any hands. So the amount of fiscal space, the amount of space for government to make revenue from these different tax sources is actually very limited, right? You talk about public debt. We've already talked about how the situation is not sustainable, right? It's already in a bad state. We talk about public-private partnerships, which is what we're going to discuss today, and whether it should be a viable strategy for budget financing in the future. But the second component of this, of course, is the demand for public services. So, of course, we're talking about budget financing for something, right? We're talking about budget financing for roads, for health facilities, for early childhood development and education, right? Pre-primary education, basic education, right? So it's important to consider this fiscal constraint in terms of also the increasing demand for public services, especially as the economy, as the experience of the economy actually continues to worsen for Kenyans. So that's the context of the conversation. But we have a panel of very capable individuals who will help us navigate this conversation. So to all of us, maybe as a starting point, we agreed we are having a conversation about hope, in order to set the agenda forward. So maybe we can start with you, Kiama. What is one positive thing you can say that the government has done around budget financing in the last year or so?
Thanks, Cuba. In the last 1 year about budget financing, I think the missteps by the government have helped the citizens get more involved and understand what the Kenya budgeting process is all about. So I feel that in a sudden twist has been a good contribution to civic awareness. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Short and sweet. Veronica, one positive thing about the government's budget financing decisions in the last year, if any?
Thank you, Cuba. We have tried to look for some positive things. It's not easy, but I would like to speak to what the National Treasury and KRA have been trying to do over the past few years. We started with the national tax policy, setting the broad taxation framework in Kenya. The aim was to build on, to anchor predictability of our tax system, and that has been a step in the right direction. We also saw the government do the medium-term revenue strategy as an implementation framework for the national tax policy and to communicate to us taxpayers what to expect over the next couple of years. And recently what they did once they released the various amendments to the tax laws, we have seen some effort towards policy communication, and we'll be speaking to that as we progress. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Better communication. Wangari?
I think you took the words right out of my mouth. In terms of budgeting decisions, in terms of the context and the economy, you really want budget financing decisions that are predictable, stable, and enable businesses to thrive, right? If you look at what has been happening over the past years, it's been very unstable in terms of the tax regime. But one bright light is the national tax policy that was passed in 2023. But yet the proof is in the pudding, right? We can have, and we are known for this, we have beautiful laws, we have beautiful frameworks, but at the end of the day, implementation, where the rubber hits the road, is where we struggle. Yeah, if you look at an example, just one of the various examples in the finance bill that was not passed, the digital services tax, I think, was at 1.5% last year. This year, they changed it to significant economic presence at 30%. So if you're paying 1.5 last year, this year, and you start a business, and then this year you have to pay 30%, it's a struggle. And, it's not about people have to be brought into the tax bracket, it's true. but you need to phase them in. You can't just say 1.5% in this year, next year 30%. It's not good for business. So I think the national tax policy is great, but we need strong leadership to implement it going forward.
Awesome, thank you for that. As a Gen Z, I have to clarify that the finance bill was not passed, it was rejected. CPA Minor, please also chip in for the positive thing.
Okay, thank you, Kiba, for that. I think my colleagues have actually highlighted the rollout considered to be very positive. The issue of the national tax policy, but what remains to be done is the implementation. We have a very good document, but for sure we haven't implemented that. So that's a positive move. And the civic awareness, I think that's no doubt. This year has shaped the public and has this cost in this country. We will never be the same. The Gen Z did a very good job because now the government has to listen. They have no choice but to listen because they have seen, previously what you used to have is a matter of just going and giving views and the government should ask you, what do we do? We have to discuss it, but now this year they have to actually sit down and think through. And that's what I think has driven them to even publish in the newspapers and explain that before they actually do the bill. So good development, but I think a lot that needs to be done. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you for that. Gilna?
Thanks, Steve. I think the positive thing I would say is the fact that our expenditure can be reconsidered. That was a bit of a shocker because we thought that was laid in stone, but hey ho. We get a new revised budget, for expenses. So that does show that there is room for improvement and cutting of expenses or unnecessary expenses. So how do we take these knee-jerk reactions that are being taken just because the Gen Zs protested? So those are concerning that we cannot even have a budgeting system or a clear model of how budgets are being done. They talk of zero-based budgeting as an option. Zero-based budgeting is actually a very good model to start with because what happens? We're starting from a clean slate. But the question then remains is you cannot rely on last year's numbers. You start from zero and you cannot add to those. So do we have capacity to work with assessing what our needs are? How many staff do you need? Who's going to set and assess these KPIs? What would be the cost for these structures? That clear financing structure is at the moment not there. So I don't see positivity yet in these budgeting decisions that have been happening. And also, even if you set the budget and yet you can't meet it, there are several departments or in government that have not, the amount is not even enough to cover the salaries of the people. So that raises a very worrying question as to the budgeting models that we are adopting as a country. And unfortunately, we also have a system where we also need to look at issues like the government, the infrastructure such as their technology. So many are so archaic and they're not even fit for purpose. So are we really going to be getting there at one point? Because those are now the questions that we need to ask. How are we going to be dealing with getting that money, that funding to now, revamp? We're talking about technology, but our own government systems seem to be quite far behind.
Awesome, thank you for that. And it's interesting, you mentioned budget financing structure, and I think one of the budget financing structures, or the way that government has tried to raise money that's been quite in focus recently, has been the tax system, right? And the taxation policy, and also generally the ongoing reforms around revenue mobilization domestically. So, Jill, actually, while you have the mic, given all that's gone on around the tax laws, national tax policy, medium-term revenue strategy, what's one word that you would use to describe Kenya's tax policy at the moment, and why?
I would use the term unpredictable, as my colleagues here have rightfully said. And the reason I say this is every year we have a finance bill. Every year there are changes. And it's actually, as private sector, it's also making us lose a lot of investor confidence in the economy because we have not even grappled one change before another change comes through. So, after the rejection of the finance bill 2024, we thought, we'd be having some peace and quiet until at least hopefully next year. But no, guess what? We now have tax laws amendment bills, facing us. So, obviously, yes, I understand there are some good provisions in there, or I would say good corrective provisions in there, but there have been some provisions that have been, I would say, sneaked in, which can obviously deter businesses. So that's where the concern is, that you're trying to bring in something using another pair of clothing. It's still the same thing, might be, but just change of clothes. We call it tax laws amendment bills, for example. So the problem is that we're not, even as I would say as private sector, we are not able to implement so many tax changes. There are so many times when we find tax compliance is not there. The reason is because like if you've seen the last two finance acts, there were so many changes. They were the thickest finance acts we've ever seen. And to implement so many changes, even accountants can't keep up to that compliance. So, in fact, PRA was not even able to implement those systems in good time, or those changes on the system in good time. Just shows that we have capacity issues as a country. You cannot be imposing changes, expecting the local LNG to pick it up. Mr. Moray here talked about tax-based expansion or taxation of the informal sector, or I would say the hard-to-tax sector, which is also part of the national tax policy and the NTRS. My question is, have we made tax compliance simpler for a local LNG? If I go to a Mama Boga, she might not have a smartphone. How is she going to go and pay her tax? I mean, these are real questions that need to be asked. How are we making life easy? I have seen the likes of, I would say, if I were to compare in another country such as India, for example, they have a tax compliance rate of 58% for their economy. You go to a local lender, there's a scanner there. You scan and you pay. This is now a local lender. There's that option to scan and pay. But we have not adopted such. We talk about technology, but are we really there with technology? Maybe not. So I think these are the areas that we need to look at. And then the issues of lobbying. I don't know, there was a mention or not on that, but lobbying is one thing that happens. Unfortunately, that's a big problem in Kenya. If you've seen the VAT Act, I don't know if you've been following the bills, the tax bills and all that, you always find a lot of changes to the first schedule and the second schedule. We provide for exempt and zero rated and then the usual 16%. I mean, if 1 year you make it exempt, 1 year you make it, it's not really giving, it's just like private lobbying that's being done. So those things should not be happening. Our first VAT Act that was introduced was very stable, and it was, a lot of thought had been put through when that had been, devised. And it catered for the key necessities. Right now you find everyone's personal agenda, it seems, or private players sneaking things in for their own gains. Yeah. So we're not really helping the economy grow if we keep continuing to do this. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Can I just, a quick observation, and I think maybe it would be interesting to hear, because you were relying on revenue-raising structures from 2 years back, because 2023 was, 24 was unconstitutional, this one wasn't passed, right? Yet we are approaching our targets, we're closing the gap in our revenue targets this year. I think it was reported, National Treasury reported, I think it was yesterday or the day before, that the gap towards our targets is actually growing much smaller. So then it begs the question, why do we then have to keep changing revenue, the Revenue Act, the Finance Act every year, if we're still relying on a policy that was 2 years old and getting closer to our targets? So that's also something that's interesting to me.
Yeah. I think it's an important question because it calls into question also accountability on what the tax policies have said, right? If you're promising predictability and what we're getting in the unpredictability, where's the accountability around that? CPA Minor, what's your perspective on some of these proposed tax reforms?
Thanks, Kiba. I mean, I would say at the moment, currently what we have in tax laws amendment bill is a balance. I mean, it's a bit better compared to the final bill 2024 that was rejected. And I'll look at it from a couple of perspectives. One, for employees, I think there has been a big outcry for employees, people who are in employment, that they've been aided over the past 2 years in terms of the additional levies, increase in taxes. We have a bit of relief coming through in terms of the various deductions coming in. So it's a good in terms of providing a bit of relief. Because at the same time, as much as the government wants to raise money from employees, the more you push them, the more they have their disposable income goes down. So they're not able to purchase a lot from the economy. So there's a general decline in terms of the purchasing power. So if we are talking of the retail, and I'm sure they are feeling the impact, what you say, things that are not very basic, everything that you need on a day-to-day basis, they are facing a bit of a decline in demand because people are very minimal. So there's a good positive element on that. The other one on the tax expenditure, and like my colleague here has said today, that since 2013, when the VAT Act was introduced, we have had address amendments in terms of introduction of things that are being exempted or zero-rated. We are hoping that this is an attempt to start cleaning up that listing to reduce the number of exemptions and zero-rating. Some are merited, some of them might require a bit of debate. But I think it's a good move because, like we are saying, tax expenditure has been high, and unfortunately, you cannot delete politics and the economy. I mean, the decision makers are politicians in Parliament. So at times they are driven by their own interests of the people they are representing on the ground and all that. So again, sensitizing the politicians to ensure that as they make these decisions, they are well aware of what this means to the economy. So there's a bit of drive in terms of managing the tax expenditure, which is good, but requires a bit of a discussion for some of them. Then digitally, in terms of going the digital way, we are still somewhere. I would say we have the e-teams, and I know there's a lot of outcry on e-teams and all that. But I think if we have to go digital, we have to start somewhere. We will not be perfect in a year or two, but I think on this one, as much as it's going to be painful, as long as the government really discusses with the people who are let's say the SMEs, the people in the informal sector, and they actually support them to get on board, it's a good tool. There's no doubt about it. We are not yet there, but I think it's something that we are doing in the right direction. And I think I would say they are very good things, but we also have a number of things that I would say require a bit of discussion. And what we have not seen in this country is sometimes the tax policies we see, we do not get the reasoning behind them. So the government will bring, like the motor vehicle tax, and I don't want to go into that. The government itself did not have a proper explanation of why they think that is a proper tax to impose. So the reasoning behind is something that I think doesn't come out to the general public. If at all there is one implementing some of these tax policies. Thank you.
Thanks, CPA. And I think one of the things I've definitely got from that is that there's some good things and some bad things, but regardless, there has to be that public buy-in into these measures. So, taking this conversation a bit more deeply. So we've been talking quite a bit about national level taxes, but there's also taxes that are collected by county governments, right? We talk about the own source revenue at large. So I'll leave this as an open question if you feel like you wish to speak to it. So what do you believe are some of the challenges facing counties as they collect taxes? Should we be having medium-term revenue strategies at the county level, right? And perhaps what avenues are there for counties to actually enhance their own source revenue collection through the collection of local taxes and levies?
All right. Thanks, Cuba, and thanks for the question around counties and own source revenue. At EcoCap Capital, we've done quite a bit of work on supporting counties in terms of how they can deepen their own source revenue and how is it then we can drive the process towards that. But 2 quick points. One is, I think we shouldn't keep this conversation at a very purely technical kind of perspective. Because like my friend just mentioned towards the tail end of his comment, these decisions are made at a political level. And there's a reason as to why the political class makes the decision that they make and the way that they make it. And I do not think the Gen Z protests were about technical issues around the finance bill. The rejection was an expression of a very deep-seated anger in terms of how our own national stewardship and governance project happens. And I think that's where we need to locate this conversation. The rest of the other issues, you know, the details and the technicalities around it, those could be left to us and some other bureaucrats in Treasury, KRA, and wherever. But I think for the bulk of the Kenyan people, it's a political question that we need to answer. And starting off from my point of view on counties' own source revenue, most people will tell you for counties it has a lot to do with capacity, and I'm happy to see the governor from Mombasa has just walked in. But like His Excellency the Governor will attest, it's not anything to do about capacity and technical abilities. It's the hard political decisions that have to be made around it. So if you go to counties, if you look at what are sort of the options they have for generating revenue, so land rates will sort of be like the biggest thing. Then you have the usual things, you know, garbage collection, you know, cess and all this kind of thing. But I think the bigger conversation we need to have is how aware and aligned are our own citizens in terms of what should be their own contribution into the whole revenue setup. So for instance, if you go to a county, say in Laikipia, and say that you need to pay user fees, say for use of cattle dips or this kind of thing, oftentimes what you find is a bit of resistance because it's an additional cost to what the citizens are having. But we need to understand that that's a service that we should be able to provide. So in terms of what counties can do better, I think it's not a template issue. It's a county by county issue. You need to look at what are the specifics within your own county and how is it you can do that. But further on, there are some controversial things like cess. So if you say come from Laikipia into Nairobi, you pay cess Laikipia, Nyeri, Murang'a, Kirinyaga, and that kind of thing, 4 or 5 sort of points for the same goods. And so the tomatoes coming from there, by the time they get to Nairobi, then that's how the cost also has changed quite much. And so those are sort of the internal harmonization issues. Say counties are these county blocks, the economic blocks that come up that they should be able to be looking at and focusing on. And then my last point is that the own source question is also sort of what we'd call a traditional source of revenue. So there's own source, there's equitable share, there's conditional grants, and then everybody gets comfortable because that's, you know, sort of a sure revenue flow. I think what we should be looking more in enhancing own source is what other innovative financing mechanisms and models can counties put out there or pick up and then use those to be able to broaden what they can. Because like we've seen, you can only tax us so far and citizens can only take the hit for so long. So if we just get stuck around the usual sort of traditional sources that we are used to, then this won't take us very far. But if we look for different other models and systems of how to innovate around revenue generation, then that's how we can be able to grow own source. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Kiama. Veronica, should counties start collecting income tax?
Allow me not to respond to that, but speak to what Kiama was talking about. He started speaking about the political economic kind of perspective of OSR. but I believe there has to be a linkage between the political decisions that have to be made and also the technical side of OSR. So the two sides must speak to each other. At IPF, we've been working with some counties on OSR, and I think there are counties that have figured out how to more effectively administer OSR. We have seen Laikipia coming up a lot, and Homa Bay and the likes of Murang'a County. But then again, there are others that are still figuring out what they should do with their revenue functions. So we have seen very different structures. Some have chosen to work with KRA, some have set up semi-autonomous sort of revenue boards or authorities, and others have retained revenue departments within their Ministry of Finance. But I would like to say that while property rates or the land rates in Kenya are supposed to be a major source of revenue, it has not been as much. And so most of counties have shifted to charging fees and levies on the services they render. And so what that does, it's not create a problem per se, but then there has to be a linkage between the revenue collection and the services that citizens are getting. And so when the revenue function is left to, say, the revenue department or the revenue boards, they are not able to generate as much, primarily because their revenue sources are service-based. So what we have been trying to go through with the counties is creating a county-level kind of understanding how on-source revenue generation works. So, for example, I'll give an example of, for example, building plans approvals. I won't name a county, but there is a county where the value of buildings approved and the number of building plans approved was going up, but revenues from building plans approvals was going down. So that pointed to a gap between coordination between the revenue department and the department responsible for building plans approvals. So having that holistic approach to OSR, we think can make contribution to growing revenues. But then again, going back to building trust, that is very important, and the disadvantage that counties have is that they are very close to the citizens, so when there are lapses in services, citizens are able to see. So if my garbage as a business person is not being collected, what is the motivation for me to pay for the business permit? But then again, also counties being able to communicate to their citizens, these are your responsibilities, and I would link it now to even the national level taxation. You'll go to a business and tell you, KRA guys came to my business and they were asking me to pay taxes, but they'll tell you, I've already paid for my business permit. So they do not know, they do not understand the linkage between what I'm paying at the county level and what is expected to be paid at the national level, for example, the turnover taxes. So being able to communicate policy and expectations to citizens would also be very important, and calls for collaboration between the two levels of government.
Thank you for that, and I definitely think that that applies both to counties and to national government, the communication as well as the innovation. Okay?
Just a quick one to add to what my colleagues have spoken about. I think in my mind, the two challenges, there are many challenges, but the ones that stick out in my mind are the heavy reliance on the equitable share, and also implementation strategies. OSR governance, I think, is not as strong as it could be, and I think it's partly because of leadership issues. So, of course, OSR in and of itself is extremely important, but as a revenue stream, but also for accountability and autonomy of a county, right? If people are paying taxes directly to a county, there's an accountability relationship between the two that ensures that there's a delivery of services and payment of the requisite charges. But because there's such a heavy reliance on the equitable share, counties do not have a great incentive to start sumbuanaing with, I hope we're all Kenyans here if I start talking my own Swahili, with like revenue collection, because they're already getting 80-90% of their revenues from the national transfer. Why are we looking for this? So they don't really capitalize on that relationship. And I would argue that that relationship between citizens and the counties is hampered because you don't have that revenue collection that is strong. So if you think about, I think recently around July, there was a report from the Controller of Budget saying that the counties are performing really well in on-source revenue collection and they're approaching their targets. But for me, the question was, is it that they're approaching the targets, or did we lower the targets and then now we're starting to approach them? And actually, there is a big challenge when it comes to targeting, because we find that even at the national level or the county level, revenue forecasting has a lot of challenges, and where people, the counties are not able to reach their targets because they set their targets really, really high. And so they're a little bit more realistic and they've been lowered, but then that gives a story that counties are performing better. But really, is that the case? Then they may not be collecting more, but they're collecting more as a percentage of the target, right? So I think that is something that should be looked at. But counties, as we know, can collect property taxes, entertainment taxes, fees and charges. And as my colleague here said, it's important to really look at that, the different revenues that are being collected, right? There's some that raise good revenues, but there's some, a lot, you find a county that has 20, 30 revenue streams, and 85% of these revenues are collected by 5 revenue streams, and the rest of the 25 are just small fees that are just a nuisance to collect. They're in fact called nuisance taxes. In other places they call them rats and mice charges, so you can just see where people place them. Some of them are important, some are regulatory, food safety, fire safety, those are important, but it's important for revenue boards of counties to ensure that they rationalize the revenues they collect, and for those revenues that they collect, that they streamline them in a way that makes it easy for people to comply, and also in light of the fact that there's so many other taxes that are being charged at the national level, to ensure that the taxes that are being collected at the county level are also reasonable and able to, for citizens to pay and to pay gladly.
Awesome, and that does call for coherence between county level tax policy, as you'd call it, and also national level, so to enhance compliance as well. So we've zoomed in quite a bit on issues of tax and tax revenue, so perhaps we can zoom out now. And we also want to just get a sense of where our audience, or where all of us are at with this whole conversation of budget financing. So we do have a Mentimeter on the next slide that you'll be able to respond to as the discussion goes on. So if you can just, the team in the back, to move to the next slide. So one of the revenue sources that's also quite talked about, especially in the recent months, surrounding June 25th, is public debt, right? This invisible sum of money that we owe to some slightly visible lenders. And I think it would be important to kind of clarify this a bit, and I'll start with you, Kiama. From where you sit, what is Kenya's public debt problem?
Thanks, Cuba. What is Kenya's public debt problem? I think is a couple of things. First, I'll start with the motivation. What actually motivates us to get into debt? Now, for we technical people and sort of general mainstream folk, we say that debt is source of revenue just like taxes. So it's either taxes or borrowing, which fundamentally is right and makes sense, and that's what we were all taught in class. But going back to the context that I put my point earlier, which is the political context of it, the motivation for debt is not just purely as a financing issue. Because one, when we have shortfalls, which I think is the background of this conference, budgeting within some constraints. So when we have constraints, then we have to borrow to be able to plug those. But it's also important we try and figure out actually why do we even have these constraints. There's a sense that we come into town like having budget constraints is God-given. It's not. We structure our budgets in a certain way to have particular constraints so that we actually get into debt. And so that's the question of what the motivation is about. bilateral lenders, for instance, loan us money, but we present it like it's help or it's an altruistic thing that donors are doing to us. And particularly when you call it in Kiswahili msaada, it goes away making you feel like you have been assisted. But this is quite straight poker, political relationships. So the Chinese will give us money to fix our roads so that their companies can come and fix the roads and so that their equipment can be sold here and this kind of thing. So there's a whole question about the motivation which fits into the political conversation that we must ask ourselves. And if you check, successive regimes have what we could call preferred or likable kind of donor relations. So that's an important part. Now, that part feeds to the second question of our problem. If the motivation for debt is to drive particular political outcomes, then it goes without saying that we are perpetually going to be in that trap, because then we have to budget with a predetermined constraint within our budget. So the effort to make us get out of the constraint and get debt free, I don't think is there. We are not incentivized to be able to get out of it. Now, and I saw with the Gen Z protest something which I haven't seen in many days. There was a singular focus on the IMF. But if you check, when IMF comes into town, the IMF tells us, as we deal with your government, we engage with your government, we listen to you as civil society, private sector, and everybody else, but our main focus person is the government because that's the sovereign. In terms of quantum funds, the IMF gives us very little money. But the IMF has a lot of influence on our own internal economic agenda. Why? Because it's a lender of last resort. Now, when we can't grow our revenues through taxation, when we have to go into an IMF facility, so it generally means that the IMF gives us money, and oftentimes the thing that makes it popular with the IMF is because IMF gives us budget support. So it's not project-based like the World Bank or the Africa Development Bank, it's actually budget support. So if you flip the question just to see the debt problem again, is that the motivation is that for the political elite, we can suffer the IMF pain because where we have the tax shortfall, at least we'll have money from them, liquid, that we can be able to push the agendas that we want. So just to sum up the question and open up my colleagues to make their own input, there's a fundamental near ideological question we need to look at here. We can't focus on debt from a sort of a purely kind of when you owe me money, you must pay me. We can't focus on debt purely as a shortfall financing component. We must look at debt from a fundamental question of the motivation, the drivers, and the beneficiaries. If you look at the numbers of last year, the debt register, we are paying maybe 200 billion on foreign debt, maybe 630 into domestic. So in Kenya's debt composition right now, the biggest problem is domestic debt. Who holds domestic debt? Domestic debt is bonds and bills sold by our central bank to the local market. So when we speak English, we say, oh, it's pension funds, it's commercial banks and other financial players. But they have names. So if you pick a couple of Kenyan popular names, if you pick your 5-10 leading banks, if you go slightly behind it, you can actually figure out then who is it are actually lending the country money. So back to my motivation question, then why would the National Treasury prefer to go big on domestic borrowing when we are actually saying if you cut down on interest rates, then you show up the private sector, you know the short clip you showed us here. But now, government is ready to borrow at 18%. So who is going to lend to the lady with the food truck? Nobody, you see. And so the problem, with finality of this whole debt question is that whilst I understand it's an important economic and financing issue and question, the underlying issue about the motivation and what drives the way we structure our debt and borrowing frameworks, I think is the next level of where we need to ask these questions. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Very deep reflections there about why do we have this debt problem and how did it arise, and also the kind of political economy around public debt. Thank you, Kiama. Wangari, so where have we gone wrong when it comes to public debt? Is it our approach to development that's wrong, that's heavy on infrastructure for the last 10 years? Is it lack of transparency or accountability on borrowed funds? Where's the problem? Where you sit?
I don't know if that's a trick question, or if you want me to say all of the above. I think there's several challenges, but I think I want to start off on a bit of a different note, because I think that borrowing is not a bad thing fundamentally, right? Borrowing is important to ensure that we have long-term sustainable growth and that we can invest in big infrastructure that we may not be able to pay with our own resources. And you can borrowing at a national level is not exactly equal to borrowing at a household level, but there's some things that can translate, right? So if you're going to buy a house, you don't buy a house, the bank doesn't come and say, pay me that 50 million right now, and then you can go ahead. They say, we'll give you a mortgage, you can pay it over 30 years, and then now, that enables you to be able to afford the house and also afford to eat, right? And it's the same thing with the national borrowing, only that it's intergenerational, right? So if we're paying for big infrastructure, part of that infrastructure will be paid by us, and some will be paid by our children and our children's children. But especially because of that fact, we have to make sure that what we're borrowing for, and I think this is the first challenge, is that we're concentrating so much on the borrowing rather than what we're borrowing for, right? And I think that has been a big question. If you look at the budget books, at the end of the budget books, it gives you the breakdown of all the people who have lent money to us and how much we owe them every year. And you look at those amounts, you start asking yourself, like, okay, all right, what have we gotten from this? We're still having problems with electricity. We still have problems with water. We still have problems with education. So with all this borrowing that we have, what do we have to show for it? And why am I paying the bulk of a big proportion of my money? And there was this thing that was going around, a graphic was going around on social media. I'm sure most of you saw it, because I'm usually the last to see these things. So if I saw it, then I'm sure all of you saw it, is that they were showing the proportion of your income that you retain after you've paid all the other taxes, right? But I also thought that this was not a true story, because that disposable income you have, you still have to buy food, and food has VAT built into it. It has other, if you're paying for your car, you still have to pay for the RMLF. There's a lot of other charges that come out of that disposable income. So it's really not a true picture when you look at that disposable income. But borrowing, the challenge is, for me, is that mostly that it's external. And you don't hear a lot of people complaining about, the domestic borrowing. Of course, we do pay a lot for domestic borrowing, but every time in the news, there's not a lot of concern around that domestic borrowing because it's locally denominated. It's in local currency. So that doesn't have a lot of fluctuations. But if you owe someone $100 million, and then because of external influences, external shocks, you suddenly owe them 150, 200. That is a big stress on the economy, and that is why every time, in fact, I was wishing that we could hear the State of the Nation address, that if you are going to pay someone 50% of your income, now you have to pay them 70, 75. That puts us in distress, and that's why we go knocking and waiting then in the corridors at the IMF, right? As was explained by our CS. So We have strong borrowing frameworks, though. We have the PFM Act, we have the medium-term debt management strategy. So we have really strong frameworks in place. Again, problem is implementation. We also need to think about when we think about the question of how the debt structure is between external and internal, we need to think about moving more to internal so that we don't suffer those shocks. And I think the key to that for me is domestic savings and increasing domestic savings in Kenya. We have gone some way in trying to do this with, there's a lot of SACCOs. I'm a member of a SACCO. I know many of you here are members of SACCOs. Mobile money. There's a lot of fintech that is allowing for more broad-based savings by Mwananchi. So there are some steps toward this, but I think a lot more needs to be done. And if you look at domestic savings, and domestic savings essentially is a big pot of money that if you put your savings into a bank or other institution, that the government does have and those institutions have an opportunity to lend to government. But in Kenya, if we compare domestic savings, domestic savings to GDP, it's about 2/3 of that of South Africa, about half of Nigeria and Mauritius, and about 1/3 of Botswana. So we're clearly lagging behind kind of the big economies in terms of domestic savings and our opportunity to lend locally. So I think some of the solutions to this is making sure that we have strong pension systems, we develop attracting savings products, and cultivate a culture of savings, but essentially moving from externally denominated debt to locally denominated debt.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So I'd like to throw a span in the works. Jilna, these things called public-private partnerships, reject or inject?
I think, personally, I would say inject. That was a strong reaction. So, I think right now, as we all know, the government is struggling with money and financing. So, I feel the PPPs, as we call them, are a good alternative to financing some infrastructure development projects, provided, we have, we look at some three key items in my view. One of them is obviously we're clear with the internal rate of return that will be given on that project. So if you look at it, it's around what? If it's 12 to 16% in dollar terms, is actually a good rate. So that's one. The other one would be, I would be looking at the challenge of benchmarking the cost of infrastructure and the transparency of the costs to ensure that there's no inflation of these costs, and the timelines and the deliverables are very clear at the onset. If those things are there, and say you might have a project management committee or a panel of experts who are closely monitoring these sort of projects so that the costs are not being escalated, then I think they're a very good alternative to financing. Rather than straining our taxpayers to keep injecting more, this is actually somebody else coming in, private sector coming in, injecting that money, and we're getting the project at the end of the day. And they're also getting, because remember, they're also investors, and they're also getting a fairly decent rate of return in the process. But what have we saved? Maybe some taxpayers' money, which can then go towards other development projects and key areas of the economy. And maybe circling back to, you're talking about PPPs, but we might also need to look at our own internal cost structure as government. And I think going back to your previous question on OSR and county governments and all that, do we even have and I repeat, do we even have a clear financing structure? We have 47 plus 1 national government, 48 government. Do we even have the bandwidth to fund these we need to be realistic as a nation, that we have the bandwidth to sustain the number of counties that we have. We are almost the same amount as America. And look at the nation as opposed to Kenya. So some things, some of these hard questions also need to be put on the table and discussed. And we need to see how to go about working around these costs. I mean, we keep talking about revenue. I mean, how much more can a taxpayer give you? That's what they're frustrated with. Let's work on the other side. Let's look at the costs. And let's have a conversation around costing, as opposed to, I think, we have maxed out taxpayers right now. So to have the money in the economy flowing, there should be other alternatives also being discussed, including maybe PPPs, if that's I would say a more viable solution to our problems as a nation. And if you talk about PPPs, then obviously you need to ensure appraisal processes are robust. You'd have a clear way of how these, there should not be any lack of transparency when it comes to the procurement process, and public participation ought to also be followed. And I think those are the areas where we're failing. And I feel that's where the government sometimes fails as well. And it leads to a lot of misinterpretation, misjudgment, or communication to that extent. So if these areas are addressed and there's serious accountability on each of these projects and where the money has gone, and people can see that, then I don't see any issue, because taxpayers are not saying we don't want to pay taxes. They're just worried that we are not seeing where our money is going. I have a road that has not been fixed for the last 1 year. So those are the things they want addressed. It's not about not paying the taxes.
So value for money for this financing conversation. CPA, Veronica, do you have any ideas on what are the other viable alternatives apart from public debt, apart from taxes, or even within those two fields, or if you feel like stepping into the minefield that is PPPs? What do you think are the viable alternative strategies for Kenya financing landscape?
I'm assuming it should be me responding because I'm not a CPA. But in terms of value for money, a while back, the president said we were losing around 2 billion to corruption. And so what people were trying to do is see what a billion can do. For most of us here, we can be, if we got 1 billion, our bills can be sorted for a lifetime. So our debt is not in billions, it's in trillions, around 10.6 trillion as at June. We have borrowed a lot between July and now, so we are close to 11 trillion. So the question I've been asking myself is, if we were to cost all the development projects we have done, say for the last 10 years, would they sum up to the 10.6 trillion? And I think many times the OAG has told us they may not. So there are so many issues, and I think Wangari has spoken to domestic debt, but I would like to say we have seen domestic debt being issued more frequently than we have seen in the past. The problem with it is expensive, but then the bigger question is what it goes to. Most of the time, the reason will be given is budget support. If you look at the budget books, you can't see a budget line called budget support. So we'd want to know, we are borrowing and we are told we are supposed to borrow for development. So we'd like to see the link between what the government is borrowing and the development we are getting as a country. A more specific bond is usually the infrastructure bonds, but when the CBK does the issuance, we are never told this infrastructure bond is funding this project. So even when us as citizens we want to track value for money, we can't, because we do not know what it was supposed to fund. So that being said, we have also seen the OAG say that we are paying penalties and commitment fees to loans that have not been disbursed. These are external loans. And we saw what happened to our debt stock when the shilling was depreciating. And so I do not know why would go to borrow and we're not ready to implement a certain project. So why continue paying commitment fees and penalties? Yet we are the people who look for that funding. For those of us who are familiar with the borrowing process, it starts with the feasibility studies. So the assumption on the person who is lending to us is that you're ready to implement a project. So when you start paying penalties and commitment fees, I think there we are not given value for money. But then we have also seen the finance bill protest trigger sort of citizen audits. And we have seen the likes of Morara going around the country and flagging some stalled projects. So I think in some of our borrowing, we have not gotten value for our money.
Thank you.
Cuba, just a few seconds. I think there's also some caveat we need to put into this conversation. Yeah? There's a sense in which we come into town with sort of a broad assumption is like government doesn't know what it's doing. And it's like, you know, folks in government don't have the capacity or the understanding or the clarity of what they are doing. My own experience working, you know, with government and in relations to government, I think that's quite a flawed assumption. Government really knows what it's doing, and it has a plan it's implementing and that it's executing. Oftentimes the outcomes we see are as a result of a very clear and deliberate effort. Maybe oftentimes it's gone wrong than we had anticipated, but it's not that it just happens by accident. And why I say this is because if we are to make this conversation quite realistic, yeah, this is a conversation around, you know, life and death, you know. When we say lives are being lost because we don't have money for healthcare, you know, we are talking about people with names, with wives, with husbands, with children, you know, with uncles and aunties. So it's not quite an abstracted conversation. And I think the import of how we should be able to assist this conversation, particularly in the context of this whole budgeting within constraints and everything, is that we have a thin envelope of resources as a country, both whether it's national or at county. The needs are extremely at competition in terms of what is it that you allocate. So for me, the question is the decisions you make around prioritization or how then you unlock additional financing then should be a question of actually you can be able to show the results and the outcomes out of it. Otherwise, anything then short of that, we are just sort of, you know, going cyclic in the same kind of thing. And if you look at our sort of our overarching development plans, or we'll have water by, God knows, 2020, 2000 became 2020, 2030, that kind of thing. Why are we not even able to achieve particular milestones? And then also remember, governments have a shelf life. Counties at most, if you're a governor, like a good governor here, it's 10 years. So if you're speaking about alternative financing, if you want him to float a bond, will the market look at it at Mombasa beyond his 10 years into 15 or a comparative kind of thing? And I think one last point, for everything that we say around how we think we can change things and what government should do and whatever, always look at the cost of elections. How much money we spend to get into political power. If that doesn't trigger your mind in terms of what is it people seek, then honestly I think we are just speaking good English. Because there's got to be, what is your evaluation of the return on the investment? So if we spend billions of shillings to get into political power, there's got to be a correlation as to why we are servicing debt at 63% out of our revenues. There's got to be an explanation as to why right now we are paying 4 shillings, you know, in interest repayments for domestic debt. And you cannot tell me about, you know, people active in the market are commercial banks and pension funds and whatever, like they don't have names, you know. Just go a bit and try to figure out. Because why this is important is when we stop assuming things happen by accident. There's nothing accidental here. This is not, sort of a misconceived train crash. You can see it coming, and it's developing, and it's going to happen in a certain way. So we have kids dying on the streets because of the finance bill, which then we think we have sort of put aside, and then now we are back with tax laws. Instead of focusing on, no, this is not where we are, now we have been boxed back now to get into a discussion about tax laws. So what was it necessary to have kids dying on June 25th because of that? Then it wasn't. So if you want an honest conversation, let's drive it alongside that end. And that's what I'm saying. It's not accidental, and there are particular outcomes that people seek. So if we are going to get this new 325B plus or whatever, if we can't get it through the finance bill, we'll get it through the tax laws. If we can't get it through the tax laws, we'll get it through something else, you see. And so I think that's how our own planning and our own orientation ought to be. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you there.
But just a quick one there. Like you said, you cannot disassociate politics and the economy. The two are inseparable. And there was one discussion on the counties where we seem to have concluded that because of the political framework that our governor is here for 5 years, we have very minimal we can do. But the question I've been asking myself, I think for counties, we like to see them as autonomous units, meaning they have very minimal reliance on the national government, perhaps very far from the truth. They rely on the national government to get 90% or for most countries to get the revenue. So the question is, do we have to rely on the goodness of a governor to get a county moving? Because that's what is happening at the moment. For instance, Murang'a, we are now seeing a governor who is in office, and they are saying they are surpassing their revenue targets. A lot of things are happening. So are we then saying that we have given up and we have to rely on the good people to get the country moving? I think there has to be a balance between political expediency and having a framework that guarantees long-term development of the counties. As much as we would want to have counties as autonomous units, and I know governors will not be very happy if there's an influence from the national government, we should probably have a framework that governs the long-term development of a county and probably guided by the national government. For instance, counties rely on the annual finance bills to decide how to collect revenue. While when I talked to Mr. Aurelia, there's an income tax act, which has been there since 1974. We have had many presidents come and go. We've had very many acts of parliament that are there for many years, and they supersede the people who are coming into force. Why is it that we cannot have a governing framework that guides the revenue collection missions of a county that is not dependent on who comes into force? That can be done by the national government, working together with the county government. We saw the national government launching a healthcare equipment leasing program. That was something at the national government, but rolled down to the counties. I think for revenue raising, we cannot rely on governors of goodwill to succeed in the counties. So we really need a framework that is there, supersede whoever is in power, things will go into force and they will be done. The only thing they have to do is amend on an annual basis. Maybe things here and there. So, because now we are seeing the issue of pending bills, they are now coming in the county government. And that is because, again, this problem of a governor coming into force, they have the issue, the next governor comes in and they say they cannot honor these bills. So a long-term project where we have a bit of support from the national government, as much as we want counties with autonomy, it's important. Otherwise, we just give up and say, we pray that we have a good governor to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that and those insights. So we're approaching the end of the discussion. So I think we'd love to get 2 or 3 questions from the audience, very brief, directly to one of the panelists. So we'll take all 3 and then we'll have them answered and then we'll close. So do we have the roaming mic? Nancy, are we good? So we have one here. One lady here in the corner. Yes. And then we'll have Eric. Do we have the mic? Thank you. So we can start with Eric.
Okay. So Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thanks to the panelists. I think that's a very interesting discussion. My name is Eric Kinaga from USAID. Wonderful conversation. I just have a question, particularly around on-source revenue and the reflections. And this is a question that can be answered by all the panelists there. We've seen counties, especially around the issue of meeting their revenue targets, and it's been on the news a couple of times. And one of the things that sometimes is concerning is that a key plank of the on-source revenue comes from facility improvement funds, monies that Kenyans pay to access health services. And there is something to be said about the whole inequality around that, where if you put a lot more focus on on-source revenue from the healthcare, what does that mean for those who can't access, who can't pay for the services? I don't know if there are reflections from the panel in terms of what this framing looks like, because I think we've seen it pervade the counties, and it's important to hear some reflections that come out of this. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric there. I'll also ask that we move to the next slide on the Menti. So, yes, there's a gentleman there in the middle. So just keep your question to 30 seconds. No pressure.
Thank you so much. I'm Michael Otieno Nyaguti from Kisumu. Mine is just a single question, but I also have a short comment emanating from the discussion here and the discussion in the morning. Now the question is, does Kenya, or do we really need more tax streams? In a country whereby we are being told that money that is collected electronically is disappearing to where? This is happening not only at the national level, but it is also happening at the county level. In Kisumu County, where I come from, the revenue board that was recently put in place, in fact, the chief executive has resigned. He was taken to police custody because it was indicated to some of us that money is being collected, but at some point, this money disappears into some accounts. And then at a given time, it is automated to go into the county accounts. Now, another thing is that we have budgeted corruption. How will this be controlled? Because when I talk about budgeted corruption, it means, and I strongly believe Madam talked about the high costs that we have. Building of a latrine becomes an expensive, exercise, and therefore we lose money in that. Another issue of budgeted corruption is you find that the people who are working in the county government allocate a lot of money in the budget for their own use, for meetings like this in other places that are not necessary. Why should county employees be meeting in hotels when they can do that in their boardrooms? And you see, you find that just recently the Lake Regional counties who are meeting, the governors who are meeting in Mombasa instead of in one of the Lake Region counties. You see, it will save on the cost, and then we don't need to actually be taxed more.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And the last one is that as citizens, we have a role to play, and I want to say that Bajeti Hub actually has given us that opportunity to serve the community. Where I come from, I'm the chairperson of budget action groups in Kisumu, and one of the things that we have been looking at recently is the on-source revenue. And what have we been doing? We have been going to the marketplaces to look at the streams that are possible for the county government to collect money from, and this actually data will be shared with the county government, that when we went to them, the revenue board was stating to us that they don't have data. Yet they collect money every day, and in Kisumu County it has been reduced to ward level. We have ward revenue officers. Thank you so much. I may have said more, but I want to believe that if we can block the corruption in this country, where we find people who are in power actually having more wealth and exposing that wealth in terms of the buildings that they do, then definitely we don't even need to borrow from outside. Kenya is a very rich country, and we can manage it from within.
Thank you. A bit more than a comment, but I hope the panel got that. So one more. So there's a lady here in a nice suit jacket. So that'll be the final question. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon, I'm assuming.
Absolutely.
Yes, my name is Glory Kinya-Kyogora, and I'm just a recent graduate. I'm a medical microbiologist by profession and also a mental health champion. And the reason for mental health is because, well, considering all the conversations we're having right now, mental health, you know, the stress, the frustration is something. So my question goes, or rather, I want to begin by giving a quote that's, what you don't know about has a way of sometimes coming to affect you, and when it does, who do you blame? When you are surprised. And what is happening right now is we are surprised by the things that we didn't know all this while, the things that are happening in the country and everything. And that is why we end up blaming different people and stuff. But what I wanted to really point out is what the previous panel talked about, for instance, Diana and Murinda, and they talked about national and public interest and also budgeting and financing. And also, the person who was asking the question before has asked about expenditure and efficiency, whereby you see you're looting money and you're still going to display your, opulence in public to people who are struggling. So this brings me to this question, and I would like to direct it to Kiama and Diana. Also, the rest of the panel can hope on it, because this is my question. Clearly, we have the answers and we know where the problem is, but how are we going to bridge the disconnect between the civilians and the people in power? Because that is what we're having, and that is why we're still stuck on the same conversations over and over and over. We've been having these conversations from June. So how are we going to bridge the disconnect such that our leaders are going to listen to what we're talking about, so that we can solve all these problems? Thank you so much.
Thank you there. Hope our panelists were able to capture that important insight. So I think we can, so most of them are open, but you can start with Kiara.
Yeah, okay, all right, thanks Cuba, and thanks for the questions from the participants and the audience. Just got some very quick responses to this. First, by way of full disclosure, personally, I'm a big believer in devolution. I particularly feel is an important way of organizing society, because then we've brought the governance systems a bit closer to the people. Whether it works the way it ought to, I'm not very sure about that, and that's a debate for out there. But fundamentally, as an operational framework, I'm a firm believer in devolution. So, Eric, I think FIFs are quite an important stream for counties. And 2 points to that. One, I think we need to legislate over it, so that then it's not an ad hoc issue, or it's not just happening at the whims, and I'm sure it's a matter that we can look into. But on the inequality function, I think health tends to stand out within the FIF framework, because then, at a granular level, at the county level, then health will be sort of the biggest consumer. So if you look at county revenues, health then consumes the bulk of the budget, but as a revenue stream, then it's also what brings in the most. And I think more work needs to go into it at a county by county level, and look at it both from a revenue stream, but also an expenditure component. And I feel that's the part that we really haven't strengthened. And unfortunately, I think this has also a lot to do with national government tinkering, with the ability for counties to be able to fashion their own idea about that. On the second point, and I think, Michael, yours were quite general comments. I agree with you about the issue of citizens being more active and being more aware. Governance was never a walk in the park. So, you have to demand for what is it we believe as citizens is right, and we have to really push for it. And I guess that has including to do with how and what sort of leaders do we elect, and how do we engage with the governance program. Just one point on this issue of budgeted corruption. Well, I'm not sure that's a word we want to go into town with, but maybe it just captures the essence of what you're trying to say. But ultimately, I think governance is about choices and the motivation of the people who make those choices. So it just doesn't happen by accident. So you have to ask yourself, the sort of leaders we have, the sort of leaders we elect, what drives them, what motivates them, the choices they make, are they our choices or not? I mean, at times I get surprised. We go through an election, barely 6 months later, we are all complaining about the leaders. It's like we are not the ones who elected them. So, you know, there are quite some interesting political decisions we also have to make as citizens, but I hear your point, and good for the good work you're doing with the Civic Action Group. Glory, your last point. How do we bridge the gap between the governors and the governed? I guess this is sort of a very old political science question, and nobody has really figured it. Effective representation, we always thought was one. We pursue democracy under the guise that it's representative and is the best model that we can have. Some scholars say it may not be the best model, but it's the best we have compared to some other ones. So what is the democratic incentive here? I think since we have a representative democratic model, one part is to hold leaders to account, and I think that's what we are becoming better as a nation. But beyond holding leaders to account, I think the other question is also making an effort to elect the right leadership. And I think this is the sort of national thing I see now, particularly with the Gen Z protest and this kind of thing. There seems to be a conversation on trying to ask where is the soul of the nation and what sort of leaders are we looking up to. Because ultimately, the way this whole thing works is that there will be those who are in leadership and there are those who are led. My own view is that ask yourself about the motivation of your leaders. Do they make their decisions based on collective interest, or do they make their decisions based on their own interest? Now, how we are able to draw a balance across the personal, the individual, the collective, and the common good, I suppose that's a mix that decides what sort of leadership we get. But I suppose right now we have to roll with democracy. We have to figure out how it works for us in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you, Kiama. And I do see we are short on time, so for our comments we can just keep them to roughly a minute or so as you wrap up.
I think I'll speak to what Eric raised about FIF and go back to the Constitution. We have property rates and entertainment taxes as the specific sources of revenue for counties. But then again, the Constitution says that they can also charge fees. And I think for most counties, they have moved from the first two and focused on the fees for the services they render. And when I see FIF grow, two things come to mind, that we have hospital services working, so we have equipment, we have medical supplies, but then the other thing is that it means citizens are paying to access these services. So the question then comes, do we still depend on FIF as the main source of revenue for counties? At the same time, you're talking about universal health coverage. So I think the equity question arises. And in terms of the structure of revenues, it's different, varied across counties. We have some counties generating more than 70% of their revenues from FIF, which in my opinion shouldn't be the case. Others have tried to make health affordable, and so the revenues from hospitals are below 30%. So there has to be a balance between revenue and UHC in that sense. And then there was a question about whether we need more tax revenue, more tax streams, and I would say not necessarily, and Ray has stepped out, but he had spoken to questions around expanding our tax base as opposed to taxing what we have already taxed. So we have seen the government increased taxation on personal income mostly. And what that has done is eroded our disposable income, and you have seen VAT revenues going down, meaning people are reducing their consumption. That being said, the government must be deliberate about protecting the tax base that is already there. And in terms, we've seen many incentives. We have spoken about VAT, but also if you look at the income tax, we have seen things being deleted and reintroduced over time without a clear framework on why they have been removed and why they have been introduced. So protecting our tax base and also expanding it could be critical towards reducing the tax burden on Kenyans who are already taxed. So that's what I respond to. And okay, a last one in terms of how we get citizens and the government on the same table. We have seen the government in the past few months supplying too much information to us. We are lost and we are not able to make sense of it. And so we have been in a situation where we are speaking at each other, the civil society and citizens on one side, the government on the other side. So how can we then start speaking to each other and aligning our priorities? And part of it is having a very good feedback mechanism so that when we do these public participation forums, the government then comes back to us and tells us this is what we picked, this is what we do not pick, and for this reason. So I think as the government communicating, other than just supplying us with so much information that we are not able to make sense of.
Thanks, Veronica. Wangari?
Right, thank you. In terms of, just to respond to a few of the comments, FIF was something that came in when you were just provide some background that health revenues or the fees and charges were being used for general budget support. So you come to a hospital, you pay a fee, and then that fee goes into the county revenue fund, and then that money is then used for market, improvement or something. And I think that was seen as something that was not right, and we needed to ring fence those fees and charges from hospitals so that it goes back into the hospitals. So. But even in spite of this, and in spite of the FIF being put in place, health care still suffers from a lot from resource constraints, fiscal constraints, right? And that's why we have a lot of conditional grants coming from the national government. In fact, earlier, Kiama, when you were in the room, you were saying most of the money, health is devolved, but most of the money is still going to Afi House. So what's going on, And so conditional grants are going down, and then even the counties, when they're doing their budgeting process, they say, health is getting a lot of money. They're getting the conditional grants, then they're getting now the former NHIF reimbursement, and then now they're also getting FIF. So when they're doing the budget process, they're like, we can't give you, you're already getting so much money, so we're not going to give you, a lot within the budget. And so that also becomes a problem. Then I think compounding that is that, so health still has sources of revenue, but on the other end, it's still not covering the needs. Then compounding that is that health as a sector, I think we put a lot of financing in health, but we fail to recognize that sectors are interdependent, right? So if we're really focusing on health, but we're not focusing on water, we're not focusing on climate, environment, it has follow-on effects on health. So not only should we focus, yes, on ensuring that we improve health financing, but we must recognize that other sectors have a direct effect on how health performs. And I think we learned this. We were doing some work with Patrick over there at UNICEF, and this was one of the things that came out, that you go and build a hospital and there's a development financing for a hospital, but because within the government sometimes there's not that great coordination, you find the hospital has been built but they've not invested in water because water is a different department, or they've not done sanitation because it's a different department, and so that kind of challenge then now starts to rear its ugly head. So. And then I think on top of that, I think nobody here has really touched on the hot potato of SHIF. Now that SHIF has been rolled back, and now we're back to NHIF and all that problem. I mean, my personal opinion is that the SHA on paper and the way it has been laid out is a good and a strong structure. It's just the implementation was really bungled up. And it's really difficult to understand why, and that's why we talk about sometimes of the political mess, sometimes the administrative capacity. Why are we not able to get it right, this kind of reform? So I think that's important to note. On the other question around money disappearing, and I think about this, I was thinking about this yesterday.
Sorry,
and I was saying,
one minute.
Okay, one quick question. One quick thing was about digital solutions. Are we using enough digital solutions for our PFM? But then we look at the counties and they have a lot of money put into revenue collection systems, but money is still disappearing. And there's a lot of structures. For example, I remember Nairobi, they used to have a revenue collector that had, the money was going into the county revenue fund and they were unable to get their payment because the money was then now, there was a lot of shortfall in the money and they were not being paid. So the arrangement was that first they take their cut and then they put the money to the county revenue fund, but that's against the PFM Act. So there's a lot of challenges around that. The Standard Chart of Accounts, I think, is also a big problem where we find some coding for financial transactions that are not actually related to any financing that has been budgeted. So I think those are a few in response to the questions, and I think there are some that we need to really think about. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. CPA, in under a minute.
Not of speaking on the issue of the counties. I think for me it's on the public discourse that we have. Why, I know people wonder why the government doesn't listen, but if you look at the political history we've had, I mean, look at the Treasury coalition, these are things that happened very many decades ago, or many years ago. But the cries they had are similar to what we have today. So I think we have to keep the conversation going. We should never tire. But I think the good thing now, the current state we are in, is that the government is listening. And as much as they may not do everything that we really want them to do, there's some action that's happening. And I think we should keep that on, and we should never tire, because these are things that have been there for many years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert.
The short span of time I have, maybe addressing the question on tax and is it enough? And I think we're trying to tax the already captured people in the economy, like your employees. If you see the finance bills that were published last year was focused on employees. This year, if you had seen the finance bill, it was focusing on VAT side of things. So you can see that the link, not VAT, indirect taxes. So there is a link. They are trying to capture as much as possible between the two different taxes. But have we, apart from the people who are already in the tax net, there are still the one that Mr. Ore, I'll repeat, talked about on the hard to tax of the informal sector. Do we have an SME framework that is now easy and aligned with, say, our VAT threshold? I cannot expect somebody to do a VAT receipt when I'm going to a local, a vendor who's from the informal sector. We should have that simplified system so that they are not strained to account for VAT. Maybe our VAT threshold needs to be relooked at. It's been there for some time now, but never been revised. So if that is out, maybe people below that net, maybe we can consider the TOT, the turnover tax, which is the most simplified way of taxation. You pay on the turnover, finished, end of story. You don't need to maintain any books. Maybe that's the way we can move forward with collecting more taxes and easing the burden now on the rest of the people. I think the MTRS focuses on bringing the corporate tax down to 25% and even PE down to 30%. So hopefully that's a move in the right direction. But the question is, we need to participate. We as stakeholders need to have that conversation, and the government needs to engage the private sector, the other stakeholders onto the table and look at not just the revenue side of things, the expense side of things as well, and question, our wage bill on that budget is too high. And that's the question, do we need so many people? Those are the questions we need to ask as a country. I mean, we might not need so many people. Look at the wage bill as a percentage of the entire budget. And nobody's addressing those sort of questions. Maybe that's where you can start the conversation with.
Thank you, Jilna, and thank you to all the panelists for well handling those tough questions. We have come to the end of our discussion, and I think the note that Jilna ended it on is quite important, which is we've been talking a lot about what government can do, but what are your opinions? What is something that you can do with regards to budget financing? What are some of the ideas that you think we can start with? And I hope that's the question that you're left with today. Before we close, just like to mention, to thank our panelists again and thank the team that helped us prepare for this session, including Nancy Ndanu, who has been, so she's there standing, who has been instrumental in helping us with this panel discussion. One note to mention for the team online, the link that you're on as of now will close at about 1:30 as we go for lunch. And you'll get automatically a new link to join the breakout rooms that we'll be having in the afternoon. That's for the team online. And I think first we'll have the gifting, and then we'll proceed. I'll invite Dr. Rugo on stage for a short announcement. Over to you, Anthony.
All right, let's appreciate this panel. Fadhali, good job. I'm sure you want to listen more, right? And to engage deeper. But let's appreciate the Gen Z economists. Our moderator, Cuba, thank you very much for the beautiful work. So I want to invite Adil from the World Bank. Let's appreciate him. Adil will help us, gift our panelists as we take the photos. Then I'll invite Dr. Rugo to invite the governor. Karibu sana. Oh, sorry. Adil from the Gates Foundation. All right. Did I demote or promote you? Thank you, Adil. All right. Karibu sana. We start right here? Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Wangari. Let's appreciate her. Thank you. CPA Robert. Makofi tafadhali. Thank you, Jilna. Makofi ya Jilna. Thank you. Great. Cuba, we will give you. All right. Wape makofi ya Gen Z economists. Thank you very much. After you finish, please return it. And then you will find it back at home, all right? Thank you very much. Thank you, Adil. Let's appreciate Adil. Kindly let's just move forward for a photo. A group photo. And as they do the photo, I want to invite Dr. Rugo to take it away.
Good, let's appreciate everybody who has one of the toughest jobs is to know how best to involve everybody. We also have an online audience that we are trying to figure out how best to involve, but that will be happening. We are also very keen, not just on questions to the panelists, but also participation. So this afternoon, when we start getting into the session conversations, we want to hear, we want to basically be able to speak to each other and with each other to be able to good. So we are privileged. We had invited the Council of Governors at the leadership level, and we are privileged to have the governor of Mombasa County, where the people from Busia and Lake Region go for. I'm told government officials are unable to think unless they are at the sea level. So he operates from the sea level. So I want to believe there's lots of thinking that happens there. Abdul Somad Sheriff Nasir is a governor for Mombasa County. He has been a member of Parliament before from Vita constituency. I'm not going to give you a lot of time. You are the one standing between us, lunch, and your next meeting. So please, let's appreciate him as he comes and makes some remarks. We had not agreed how to dress. It's just that it got very hot, so I changed mine.
I think I can use this?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I walked in and then I realized I was the only elected leader. And then when I was hearing all the panelists and they were saying, leaders, money used, and then I asked myself, I'm either very brave or I'm not smart at all. But I want to appreciate Bajeti Hub. I equally want to appreciate the panelists. I want to assure you, if anything, I've learned as well. I'm not a stickler to reading talking points. You'll forgive me if you expected me just to do a one-off speech. However, I did jot down some few issues that I heard when I was listening to the panelists. One of the issues that was raised was whether counties actually should be dependent on national government. The spirit of devolution was all about every single county being more or less self-reliant. A classic example, a number of county governments right now will be doing a supplementary budget, courtesy of the Division of Revenue Bill, because what was anticipated to go to county governments is different. Yesterday, after the mediation, the figures that have come out and what is meant to go to the county governments is if in any word, I would call it very disappointing figures. Two, and I don't want to get into the conversation as to whether that money was enough and whether it was not. Our argument has always been, as governors, that functions need to go with resources. So you can't devolve so many things and then only send money that is very, very limited. The other issue that I heard about, and I think maybe I did not understand that particular statement that was said, and forgive me, but there was a gentleman who actually, one of the panelists, and he said that maybe we need to be able to get the national government to assist and come up with legislation the same way that there's in laws on income tax. Maybe those are the kind of laws that we need to be able to do, and then they get done at national government level. That would be unconstitutional, because there's actually county assemblies. And the Constitution of Kenya is very, very, very clear. It is the role of the county assemblies to actually derive these methods in which you're going to be able to raise revenue and equally come up with approvals for the budget. So that in itself cannot be able to work. And secondly, every single county is different. That is the beauty of devolution. Every single county in this country is different. Different challenges, different opportunities, but one Kenya. And the right thing that needs to be done, which is something that happened in Mombasa, and we managed to get a court ruling that to give us time to fix those particular legislations. The finance bill is actually not, it's actually meant to be nothing else except an amendment to many existing laws. So if you've got many existing laws, the trade licensing, you've got the laws on parking, you've got laws on everything else. The finance bill, which then eventually becomes an act, is simply meant to amend every single year variances that will be there. You've got laws on building, so if there's a clause on paying building permit fees, then that finance bill is what you actually amend, instead of amending so many different laws, just for avoidance of doubt and probably just to clear the air on that. I also heard issues to do with the facility improvement funds. I'm actually a proponent. I'm a huge supporter. Before we even, the county of Mombasa, before we even got the facility improvement fund to be enacted in Mombasa, we had our own Health Act. And in our Health Act, it was talking about facilities retaining money at facility level for purposes of ensuring that we have continuation to do with drugs and everything else. The County of Mombasa shall soon, we've already advertised, we have not awarded, we're waiting for the tender period to be able to close, competitive open tender in digitizing our hospitals. And when I say digitizing our hospitals, I mean from when someone walks in, the CC for Health, or for that matter, the governor can be able to know a certain facility, how many people were able to walk in at what particular time, at what level and what time were they able to go to triage. That means how long did they stay at the hospital before they even saw a nurse. After triage, how long did it take for them to actually see a doctor? Where did the doctor see them from? Because this notion that we're paying so many salaries, but people are not getting the services that they need to be able to get, or people are being referred to private facilities, and then automatically for us to be able to know, did they get the necessary medicine? 47 facilities that we have in Mombasa, from the lowest of the facilities to Mombasa boasts of having the third largest hospital in the country. At the same time, we also need to acknowledge and appreciate that we also have the lower level facilities, so that we also get patients who prefer going to facilities just to be able to get a bit of paracetamol or to be able to get a bit of insulin at a facility, then they go to another facility. That automatically, with this digitalization, will be able to kill this whole thing. But equally, not all counties look at it in terms of that we've just taken the facility improvement. That means health facilities should not be funded. Last year, before NHIF collapsed, Mombasa actually rolled out a Mombasa Care program where 16,000 families were provided with health insurance. We are ready and more than willing to embrace the current system that has been put into place. I know it's a lot of confusion going on, the SHA, SHIF and all, but it's got its teething problems. And I always say this, it's very, very easy for every single person to castigate something, but we have to understand, whether we like it or not, it passed through all levels of Parliament and it is now law. The question is, we need to be able, because people right now, without health cover, not everyone will be able to get treatment. It's a challenge, and I can speak as someone who's heading government, someone who last year, the amount of people who visited our health facilities were 1.9 million people. In fact, the people who visited our facilities supersede the population as well. That means Mombasa sees people from out of Mombasa into our facilities, something that we have to be able to be in acceptance of. So I think with digitization, it'll also be able to give us an indication what is the level of pharmaceuticals that are remaining in every facility. It'll also be able to allow us, instead of every facility buying paracetamol and buying medicine individually, it will now be able to allow us for bulk purchase. And economies of scale means that we will be able to get these commodities at a cheaper price. However, something else that Mombasa has been able to do, we came up with a concept and we said that any child under 5, I know this has caused a lot of political uproar, but I still affirm my position that I can only be able to provide services for the people of Mombasa. I do not have the budget to provide services for the whole of Kenya. And as I said, our hospitals receive people from all over, not just Mombasa alone. But we've been firm, and it has worked. Each and every one of our facility at the end of the month, for every child under 5, that they actually treat, and that child is a child of Mombasa, they send a bill to the executive and we pay that facility. So that notion that Facility Improvement Fund is the only one that works is actually not. We have to be able to come up with ways to support. Now, recently I was with the Commission for Revenue Allocation, and Mombasa was ranked up, I think were we number 2 or number 3 in terms of reaching our targets, and in terms of the control of budgets. I saw in the amongst those who are part and parcel of this is the control of budget, and I'm assuming the Commission for Revenue Allocation as well. And through my experience, people don't mind paying. Through my experience, people will question when 2 things happen. When they don't know where the money is going, and when it is unrealistically expensive, then automatically people are going to be questioned. We reduced our single business permits, but our figures increased. We reduced a number of other. We reduced our amounts that need to be paid by the tuk-tuk operators and matatu operators, but our figures increased. The one that we increased, and I'm not going to shy away from that, is parking fees, because 3% of the population are the one that own the vehicles, and when 3% own the vehicles, private vehicles that is, and then a huge budget has to go to roads, it's only fair that you don't take necessarily from where those who are very, very poor. But our figures were able to increase gradually, steadily, and are we there yet? I don't believe we're there yet. I strongly believe right now we are going to, yesterday we had what is popularly known as Cabinet, but a County Executive Committee meeting, and we resolved that one of the things that we need to do is we're going to advertise for a system that can be able to digitally map out all the businesses within Mombasa, the different opportunities that are going to be there, and we want a concept, not just a payment option, but an innovative way in which people can be able, or rather the county government can be able to know and map out every single one and put it into our GIS lab, and we can see what needs to be able to do in that. Secondly, we have to get innovative. When I became the governor of Mombasa, I asked myself one question. We have the port, and then we have ships coming into the port. Revenue from the port is something that national government has decided to have a cattle hand on it, where they don't want even to talk about it. But then I asked one question. Internationally, ships are meant to offload garbage. Where is that garbage going? And you know, it became a big conversation. I called in all the shipping lines, I called in all the stakeholders, and I'm glad to say that for the first time in the history of Mombasa, from the time of the municipal till now, at least we can know, one, where the garbage from ships is going, and two, Mombasa is earning in the process of that. The other innovative way that we have already been able to agree with the transporters, you get every single person every single day saying that my truck was clamped, I was told, and you know, I'm not even on the road and all this. So we said it's not a problem. We sat down with the Kenya Transport Association, we sat down with everyone, and I think probably by next month, when you go and collect your cargo at the port, you just simply, when you're paying for your cargo, pay for the truck. So automatically, because we know the figures of the trucks that are entering the port are more than what we are collecting. And at the same time, we don't want to, I'm not in the business of fighting with people. I'm in the business of efficiency. And we've even already advertised right now as we're speaking. For those of you who will be blessed, and you know, we will be blessed enough to have you over the holidays. You will see Mombasa, there's a lot of construction going on. We hope more governors and not just the Luo Nyanza ones are going to be coming to Mombasa. And we hope the next conference like this will be held in Mombasa as well. And everyone is clapping here because they know they'll be coming to Mombasa. So, but you will see that Mombasa, there's a lot of digging going on. And what we're doing is we're putting up smart CCTV. As part of our manifesto was to convert Mombasa into a smart city. We've already awarded this contract. It's about 200 and something cameras that is on phase 1. There's going to have facial recognition and number plate recognition for your safety, your security, but also on the other side. On the flip side of things, if you park your car and you didn't pay, then automatically you're going to get a notification that we can see you. You've not paid your parking. Please pay your parking fees. For those who decide to commit traffic offenses, we will tell you committed a traffic offense. Kindly just pay before we get our traffic marshals to stop you. Just whatever it is that we need to do in an innovative and come up with smart ways. I heard on PPP, what was the word? Reject or inject, isn't it? But there are more ways that we can be able to work with the public sector. I want to give 2 examples that Mombasa is facing right now. And if I was to talk about using public funds to fix that problem, I'd be the most unpopular gentleman because I'll need to increase taxes tremendously. We have a stadium that when the concept was put up at that time, the revenue that Mombasa was getting from national government was 2 billion higher than what we're getting today. The revenue changed. Mombasa took a dip in what it is that we're receiving from national government. Then COVID came in. My predecessor, I'm sure they actually did their calculations and they knew that this was something they were going to be able to do. Then COVID came in. When COVID came in, a whole different ballgame altogether. There was nothing coming in. We have a stadium that we have to finish. And the innovative way that we've opted to do, we've sent legislation to the county assembly to allow us to come up with a model of lease to own. That means you're the one who has the money, build us the stadium, I'm going to pay you a certain amount every single month until I finish the debt with you. And all I have to do is tie up a certain revenue stream to be able to do that. Failure for that, if I want to do it the conventional way, the normal way of looking at what is in my budget, even if I commit 200 million a year, next year 200 million, one, there'll be a variance in cost because every single year the cost will increase, interest, cost of goods and everything else. Two, you'll never be able to finish the stadium within the period that I intend to finish the stadium before AFCON games, hopefully pray for me. And this is the point you're meant to say amen. Thank you. The other problem that we have is we inherited a system that was a very, very old system when it comes to sewer. To redo the sewer system in Mombasa, to redo the sewer system is multi-billions. To redo the sewer system, I mean, this is a sewer system that some of the pipes that are there were during the Portuguese, then during the Arab conquest, and then during the colonial times, and until today we're using them. And thank God for quality that they were using at that time, because then we would even be in a bigger problem. So the board of the water company, Momasco, yesterday, came up and agreed that we have to come up with a way to advertise, innovative ways to advertise, to fix the existing system, and to come up with other ways. How do we pay this person who is going to hopefully engage us? We just have to share revenue. And by sharing revenue means that the water company, one, will be getting more revenue because they have a system that works. And two, they can still be able to pay off. It's a risk that we are not taking. It's a risk that the investor has been able to take. And hopefully that everyone will simply use the toilet. And that is the only thing that we need to be able to get done. And mine is just to lastly say digitization is good. I know that other counties had their challenges when it came to digitization. Right now, as we're speaking, we've just received, yesterday coincidentally, we received approval by the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority that we can engage the County Pension Fund, which is more or less a public entity, and with the County Pension Fund to come up with digitizing. We had digital systems, however, they need to be updated in terms of land records. Mombasa has one blessing and one curse, I would call it, because every time someone builds, whatever was there before, when you build a multi-story building, then the mother title dies and you now come up with sectional properties. And if you don't now get revenue from those sectional properties, you have a building that no one is paying anything. So it's a challenge meeting that target, because every single month we have hundreds of people who are building. And without getting those sectional properties, and this is the reason why I have been trying to push the National Assembly and Senate to pass the Rating Act, to be able to allow counties like Mombasa, and I know that this is a challenge because of the rural counties, a lot of people feel political pressure that they're going to be telling people who own farms and everything whether they should pay or should not pay. But unfortunately, that is hurting us because it is the same law that talks about sectional properties as well. And just to prove to you that digitization can work and should work, we actually willingly, as a county, reached out to the ICT authority and asked them to come and do an independent audit of our IT systems. We did not do it on our own, because then that means it's going to be some sort of conflict. But we asked them to come and do a whole audit, and preliminary results are that we're in good, we're very okay, no money has been lost, but we're waiting for that final report that is going to be able to come from them. And we hope every single year, and maybe the next time that you invite me, I'll be telling you of the other exciting things that Mombasa has been able to do and lessons that I've been able to learn from panelists like yourself. I need to be able to give my apologies. One, I'm yet to own an aircraft, so I had to use the commercial to come. And with the delays that are there, I was not able to come early enough. And secondly, I do have an engagement with my party colleagues that I will unfortunately have to leave and not have lunch with yourself. With those very many words, I hope I did not bore you, and you got a bit of things as I got a lot of things from yourself. So thank you very much and be blessed. Asanteni sana.
All right, let's appreciate the governor. Governor, just before you leave, let me invite Dr. Rugo to come and present a gift to you as well. And he's the man who will decide whether we are going to Mombasa next year. We will still be in Nairobi. All right, thank you very much. One more time, let's appreciate His Excellency the Governor, County 001. Some of us, we think Mombasa is just about very good Swahili, huh? Watu wa Mombasa wako wapi jamani? Watu mpo? Simseme na confidence, tupo. Aya, Governor shaenda bana. Patane Mombasa, sio? All right, so thank you very much. We want to take our lunch break. So I'll make a few announcements. So initially we were to do 1.5 hours. You'll allow us to do 1 hour because we want to finish in good time. So after this, from the doors, the different points, or rather the different doors, kindly get a meal card. So this meal card, it's been mentioned, it was mentioned earlier. So we have 2 restaurants. One is called Glow, the other one is called Hide. So Glow is on ground floor, hide, like kujificha. So hide is on first floor. So it's indicated on the meal card. So if you get glow, kindly go to ground floor, hide, first floor. So the protocol team will give you the meal cards. You will not be able to have lunch without a meal card in your hand. So this is not enough. You need a meal card. Number two, I believe we have, the link has closed for the online team. In the afternoon, we have 2 breakout rooms. And just to get to know, so we have 2 breakout sessions. Breakout session number 1 is balancing universal health coverage with fiscal sustainability. So all issues to do with SHA, shift, all of them, it's in that breakout room. So we call that breakout room number 1. Breakout room number 2 is budgeting for basic education. So I just want to have an indication so that we know how to break that. How many of us want to be breakout room number 1? SHA shift. My goodness, my guess was right. Eh? How many of us want to do education? Great. So this is what we'll do. One room will be smaller. We are going to separate this room. So those who will be on this side of the room will be the universal UHC, right? The ones who will be on the other side of the room will be basic education. Yes. All right. So that's breakout room number 2. Just after the gentleman at the camera, probably that's where we will do the breakout. So the room number 2 will be on the further end, so you can use either the back doors or the last door on my left. But then this will be breakout room number 1. Is that clear? So we come back after 1, so just go straight to your breakout room. Immediately after your session in the breakout room, you're free to leave or to engage. So we don't have another session after that. Ndugu zangu wametoka county, mna nafasi ya kuenda mjini. There's a demonstration there. You can join. Mmekuwa mnaona tu kwa TV, please. You have an opportunity today, all right? So please, let's go for lunch. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit. And see you in the breakout rooms later. Thank you. Some music, please.
it is forcing me to get deep into my pocket to get the medicine. I'm going to get the prices of the medicine. I don't know how much it is going to cost. Already I'm losing hope because we were paying NHIF and now that money is lost. I don't know where it has gone. At least if they could have changed it, just a matter of changing. If it is NHIF, they change it to SHA. It were good. Now we are starting from zero again. Do you think it is not costly? It is.
Nimeudhika sana kama mama mtoto. Nimekuja hapa na mtoto, ilikuwa emergency, nikampeleka casualty, wakanitransfer huko, wanataka pesa kuenda venye tutafanya about SHA.
It's DJ Cypher Lead in the mix.
You don't know why it's going on.
It's SK on the track.
Already we were paying NHIF until today, and it does not help us. How? It is also going to be cut short. My card was supposed to cut off already. Now it is forcing me to get deep into my to get the medicine. I'm going to get the prices of the medicine. I don't know how much it is going to cost. Already I'm losing hope because we were paying NHIF, and now that money is lost. I don't know where it has gone. At least if they could have changed it, just a matter of changing. If it is NHIF, they change it to SHA. It were good. Now we are starting from zero again. Do you think it is not costly? It is.
Nimeudhika sana 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 kama mama mtoto. Nimekuja hapa na mtoto, ilikuwa emergency, nikampeleka casualty, wakanitransfer huko, wanataka pesa kuenda kulipia hiyo kitu yenye walikuwa wanataka. Ime take time na mtoto anaumia. Nimeudhika tu sana. Sasa hii kitu wanaita SHA, I don't know venye tutafanya about SHA.
Okay. Can sit. Huh? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, that's better. I'm hoping we've all had our lunch and we are willing to go. I'd like to call us to order so that we can have this exciting session today. So we are starting at 2:42. The initial idea was for us to start at 2 and finish at 4. But of course, we've ran over time, so we really hope that we can still be able to manage within at least 1.5 hours. And I want to believe you're all excited about this session. So my name is Rachel Ndirangu. I lead our advocacy and public policy work for the region at PATH. And PATH is a health organization that's committed to increasing health equity through partnerships and innovations. Part of that partnership is what we are having today with Bajeti Hub and other partners to look at what are all the factors that determine access to health. And we are so excited about this. But we know that we cannot talk about health equity without talking about equity in health financing. And we cannot talk about equity in health financing in isolation. So this morning, I think we've had very empowering and very inspiring discussions around the state of our economy, public financial management, the macroeconomic issues that really affect key sectors, and health being one of those key sectors. And I think in Kenya today, there's one question that everyone asks: what is in it for me? And I think as a health community, we are asking ourselves, in all these public financial management reforms, what is in it for health? And I think that's where we are here, and we'd really want to go into how do we prioritize health in public budgets, how do we balance UHC with fiscal sustainability. And before we go into the sessions, I just want to start with an experience that I had on Sunday. So Sunday was a normal day, and I went to church with my family. And the reverend who was giving the sermon had some interesting, introductions around the state of the country and the state of health. And I say, if today you don't wake up in the morning thinking about or asking, what is the state of health in Kenya? Then you're probably not a Kenyan, because we know that is the one thing that we are all grappling with. And he said he's way above 70, just slightly above 70. And he said, the other day I went to hospital, my usual hospital, where I've been getting my health services using my NHIF card. And he was asking the congregation, can I remove the NHIF card for you to say? And we said, no, you don't need to. We know about it. And he said, I went to my, level 4 hospital where, I've been referred and I get my usual services. But last week, when I went, I was told that we are not using NHIF anymore. And so they told him that now we've migrated to SHA. And SHIF, I'm just using his words. And then he said, so what do I do? He was told, you need to register. How? Then he was told how to register. Then he was asked, am I set? He asked, am I set to receive my services? Then he was told, unfortunately, no. We still can't give you the services. You still have to pay because, apparently, according to his words, You have been migrated, but the money did not migrate, just using his words. Is that the experience of many Kenyans? Is that the interpretation of many Kenyans in terms of what is happening? I leave it to you. We know what is happening, but that's why we are here to talk about those issues. And before we go into our discussions, we are going to have a small video clip, just again, hearing from the voices of the public, what is happening around us, and how does that affect us and the state of health. Thank you.
My name is Albert Raila. I'm from the facility. I've got a sick child. I went to the NHIF office. I was told to register on the phone and then told to wait for the message. I'm still waiting for that message. Now I have got a sick child. We have taken him to the clinic. We are forced to pay. Already we were paying NHIF until today, and it has not helped us. How do we register again on another one? We don't know if it is also going to be cut short. My card was supposed to cut off already. Now it is forcing me to get deep into my pocket to get the medicine. I'm going to get the prices of the medicine. I don't know how much it is going to cost. Already I'm losing hope because we were paying NHIF, and now that money is lost. I don't know where it has gone. At least if they could have changed it, that's a matter of changing. If it is NHIF, they changed it to SHA. It were good. Now we are starting from zero again. Do you think it is not costly? It is.
Nimeudhika sana kama mama mtoto. Nimekuja hapa na mtoto, ilikuwa emergency, nikampeleka casualty, wakanitransfer huko, wanataka pesa kuenda kulipia hiyo kitu yenye walikuwa wanataka. Ime take time na mtoto anaumia. Nimeudhika tu sana. Sasa hii kitu wanaita SHA, I don't know venye tutafanya about SHA.
I don't know what that speaks to you, but the key question is, are Kenyans losing hope when it comes to access to health? Before I invite a very distinguished panel to be able to share their reflections about the state of health and also how we can maximize, access to health within the physical space that we are operating, I'd like to very quickly paint just a bit of context into the PFM and health financing discourse. And in recent years, and particularly actually this morning, public finance debates and policies have really centered around macroeconomic issues as the country contends with constrained fiscal space, economic shocks, and high debt servicing obligations. And so this has actually crowded out available resources towards essential services, particularly in key sectors like health, education, which are really critical for the country's economic growth. And this really calls us to think about, with the current even austerity measures that the government has introduced in the national budgets, really how does that impact health? How do we ensure a fair balance between the fiscal consolidation and protection of key services? And what is the impact of lowered investments to such critical sectors? We know when it comes to health financing as a country, we can actually talk about general improvements. But in reality, that may not be the case in terms of real in real terms, because we know that we still are operating at high out-of-pocket expenditures for our public. Per capita expenditure in health has continuously, reduced, apparently. Over-reliance on donor funding, and now facing donor transitions, we need to keep asking ourselves, where does that leave us as a country? And to be able to ask and think about those questions, we are going to have a conversation today that is really going to focus on the real issues around PFM and health financing. And we are going to look at a number of themes, including intergovernmental disbursements. This morning, we have been talking about what are the issues, what are the challenges with movement of money, even from the national exchequer to the county. USC reforms. Yeah, we were treated to unprecedented, laws that were passed last year, and a number of us health advocates we really celebrated. What is the reality? We know that we are operating in a time where those reforms are actually being tested in terms of the design and implementation, and whether that will help us to really realize the dream of universal health coverage. We are going to be digging deep into the issues of supplementary budgets, program-based budgeting, facility and on-resource revenues. That has been a concern when we had this morning. And of course, the allocation of allocations for health at the county level. And to help us to delve into those discussions, I have a very distinguished panel of individuals who are really doing great work in various spaces to be able to ensure and to drive access to health services. And I'll call them one by one, and as I call them, please welcome them with a clap. They have very impressive resumes, but I'm not going to read all of them. I'm just going to call them with their titles, and we can hear from them. And I'll start with Dr. Margaret Lubale, Executive Director, HENET, that is Health NGO Network, really driving citizen engagement around health and accountability. My second panelist is Rina Atuma, Activity Manager, Population Reference Bureau. A better clap, please. You guys have taken lunch. Then my third, and who is breaking that gender pattern, is Steen Larsen, Senior Financial Advisor, Primary Healthcare, Danida. Let's give him a clap, please. And you'll see an interesting pattern here. You'll tell me what it is. So our next panelist is Paul Abonyo, Health System Expert at Technical Advisors at Palladium Group. Let's clap for him, please. We continue, and my next panelist is Leonora Mbidi, Country Engagement Officer at Amref Health Africa. Let's welcome her with a clap. Last but not least, and very important, Mabel Abor, Senior Program Advisor, Council of Governors. I just want to give a caveat here. You might ask me, before you ask me, where is the county? Where is CEC? Where is Chief Operating Officer? I just want to say that we did make an effort to reach to the counties, and for some reason they were not able to come because all that is happening at county level. But we do have people who can really speak from that perspective, but we know that this conversation cannot be complete without the county voices. So we still have another session to do in the future. And so I'll start this on a very positive note. In the morning, Dr. Rugo, I said it correct, encouraged us to start on a platform of hope. And I think that is what we are continuing with today. And so I'll start by asking my panelists, it's been 10 years of devolution, and the sector is one of whose main functions were devolved to the counties. However, there are still some critical services that are budgeted for at the national level. And in that context of devolution, what do you think has worked well in this period for the health sector? Let's just start by celebrating what has started and what has worked well. And I'll just start with you. I'll start from the end, that right end. Yes, and you pass the mic around. Thank you, Margaret.
Good afternoon.
And so in the spirit of starting with what is positive, I think one of the things about devolution is that it brought decision-making closer with the county health management teams, the sub-county health management teams, making decision-making much faster. I think also in terms of political will, I think we saw political will in the enactment of the PHC Act, FIF Act, in the spirit of rolling out UHC. And then finally, so that I don't finish what the points, because maybe we are sharing the same points, I think the pandemic, the management of it, and the fact that we had devolved at that time, I think the management of the biggest pandemic we ever experienced was made easier by the fact that we were devolved, and so decisions were being made, communities were being reached very fast, and so I think there's a lot that can be said about devolution and the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. I hand over to my colleague.
Thank you so much. For me, I'll speak to two things, access and equity. And one of the things that devolution brought is increase or access to services, and where we have seen counties constructing more facilities. I'll give an example of a county like Kwale. When devolution started, the governor mentioned recently that they started with 78 facilities. Currently, they are proudly having 174 facilities, which has also led to a question of, do we need more? No, we need now to look at how do we equip and also provide human resource. So access and equity is what has worked for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I will just speak from our own experience, which is support to the primary healthcare program in Kenya, which covers all 47 counties and probably most, if not all, health facilities in the country. With devolution, although the experience, of course, is only based on the last 10, 12 years or so, it does appear to us that putting out responsibility to the furthest level in the field, which in our case is the L2 and L3 facilities, has increased the impact that the funds provided to those levels has occasioned. So we are very strong supporters of devolution, and although the Danish funds are rather limited seen in the overall picture, I can only agree with the governor of Mombasa, who said that devolved functions must come with devolved resources, and at present, as we see, the resources are too few, and in that context, we would like to focus even more on primary healthcare and preventive and promotive healthcare rather than curative healthcare. So we're seeing that we'll get more with an investment of a few coins. We actually get quite a lot of dollars back if we invest in primary healthcare and in promotive and preventive healthcare. And that's where devolution is taking us, and we're very proud to be associated with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So for me, I think one of the things that has worked for devolution of health is in terms of the outcomes. I think as of 2013, when you look at counties like Mandera, and you look at their maternal health indicators, they were doing quite bad. I think it was almost more than 1,000, quite significant, more than 300 per 1,000 live births. But currently, the county government was able to look at that as a problem, and they were able to channel investments, mobilize resources to address that, and that trend has improved, not just for Mandera, but across the country. Again, also in terms of investments into health, when you look at the human resource capacities that counties have been able to put in place, previously you would only find some certain classes of specialists at the provincial referrals. But currently, when you go to the county referral hospitals, they are really putting in quite a bit of efforts to ensure that they have the specialized services are provided to the people down there. But then the challenge that, the reason why some of the things that have not worked is that these increased investments, to sustain it also requires resources, as Steen has said. So we are ending up, especially at the primary level, where we invested a lot in infrastructure, but most of the facilities are only manned by like one or two, or one nurse. The Ministry of Health did an assessment prior to the commencement of these reforms, and we only saw that about only 7% of the facilities are kind of at the level of service requirement to deliver the kind of services that are required in the benefits package. So there is a need for resources to go into health so that those facilities can be operationalized. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For me, I think I'll talk about service delivery innovation. And we've always, for the last few years, as Africa, we've said we want solutions that are tailored to the problems that we currently have. So with devolution, I think that's been very clear because the counties have been able to come up with solutions for the problems they currently have with the populations they have in the counties. If you look at Makueni, when they came up with the healthcare system, if you look at Kisumu, when they brought up the drug fund. So those are solutions that are working for the current counties, and you cannot duplicate them in other counties for one reason or another. But the fact that we're able to exercise that muscle where we do an analysis or an assessment, we know what our problems are, and we can come up with a solution, that has been made possible by devolution. Thank you.
Good afternoon. They have talked about almost all the good things. But to add, one of the major milestones that we have achieved as a country in the health sector as a result of devolution, in the area of HRH, Human Resources for Health, we have more than doubled the number of the health workforce that we have in the country between now and 11 years ago when we began devolution. So you'll find that, for example, by the time we were devolved, we had about only 1,700 doctors in the whole country recruited. And these doctors were mainly concentrated in Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Kiambu, Nakuru, in the major towns, yeah? So devolution has given the opportunity for every county to hire its own doctors. Right now, as we are talking, we have a total of over 3,500. We are about 3,700 doctors, MOs, recruited by various county governments. We have more than double that number. If you look at the number of nurses, we have also more than doubled. Right now, we are talking about over 70,000 nurses who are in employment. But before we would talk about 35,000 for the whole country. So there were areas in this country that didn't have health workers. They only relied on faith-based institutions. That is what they knew to provide for them healthcare services. So we are not where we desire to be, but we have made commendable milestones in the last 10 years, and I know that the future looks good with devolution, bringing services closer to the people, accountability also better with the county governments, both the executive and the county assemblies. We can do much better. And what we desire for our country, even with the UHC, we can be able to achieve that if we continue to strengthen devolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Really setting us up on a positive and hopeful frame of mind as we go into this conversation. What I've heard is closer decision-making, quicker decision-making, equity, access, impact at primary healthcare level, innovations, and even just the expansion and strengthening of human resources for health, ensuring there's equitable distribution. And as we continue, I really want to make sure that we can capture your questions and comments. You can, you have a QR code there where you can scan and go into a Mentimeter that you can put in your questions, and we will continue to read them as we go along. And so at this time, I want us to pivot into the real conversations. And we'll start with the area of disbursements of resources, and in particular intergovernmental disbursements, and how this is affecting health. So Mabel, one of the challenges actually facing counties, and we've had a lot of that this morning, is really the slow disbursement of funding and which affects service delivery areas, including health. Please, could you paint for us a picture of what that means for delivery of health services at county level, all the way to facility level, and what needs to be done differently by who, so that counties can get their resources on time?
Okay. So when we talk about disbursement, I know you mean the equitable share, because counties have two streams of financing mainly. The first one is the shareable revenue between the national and county governments, which is the major source of financing for the county governments. It's provided for in the law. The Constitution sets a minimum of 15% of the approved audited report, financial report for the year. So it's supposed to be 15%, and then that money is shared vertically between the two levels of government, and then horizontally among the 47 county governments. And we use a formula which is generated by the CRA, Commission of Revenue Allocation, to determine how much County X gets as opposed to County Y. Now, after we have known that counties collectively are supposed to get, let's say, 400 billion, it's divided again into counties. The national government, through the National Treasury, is required by law to disburse that money to county governments before or by the 15th of every month. That is a legal requirement. It's there in section 17, subsection 6 of the PFM Act. It requires that the National Treasury disburses by 15th the money for the counties. And also, the Constitution requires that the county's share is supposed to be disbursed without any deduction and in a timely manner. So this is just the legal underpinning for the disbursement. However, what we have had in the past is the delays in disbursement. For example, right now, since we began this financial year, 1st of July, counties have had only 2 disbursements. And these disbursements have delayed. The first one we had was in September. So they had gone July, August, and September without any money. And then the other one was just the other day. So it means that there has been a backlog. What this means is that counties are not able to perform the activities they had planned for and budgeted for in their work plans. You know, every county has an annual work plan and is supposed to be financed. So when the money does not come, it means activities cannot be done on time. It means salaries cannot be paid on time. And the ripple effect, sometimes you see health workers going on strike. And when health workers go on strike, you know what happens. Service delivery also is compromised. And also it means that you go to the facility, you will not have medicine because they're supposed to be procured by this same money. And ultimately, it affects the economy because people rely on that money that comes to the county. When they supply, they are supposed to be paid. So it means the economy generally does not have money. So we have a general problem by the delayed disbursements or the lack of disbursements to the county governments. And it's affecting the health sector, it's affecting the trade sector, it's affecting the overall productivity of the economy of the country. Yeah.
Loud and clear. And I know we've also heard about, threats for county shutdowns because of the same reasons that you've talked about. So the question is, who is going to be affected by that? We'll move over to you, Steen. And within that context that Mabel has painted for us, and the intent of devolution, and the incongruence we are seeing with that, and how then financing flows and is disbursed to the counties. I'd like you to share with us the lessons that Danida, which has really been a key player for more than a decade really, in health financing and improving primary healthcare financing. What are the key lessons that you've learned about how financing for primary healthcare should work, and what can be done to better the situation that we are currently in? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. That would be my pleasure. I would like to add on to what Mabel was just explaining, in that the Danish funds that go to the health facilities, they go all the way out to the health facilities and are used by the health facilities. They are determined by the county government's additional allocation bill. And the county government's additional allocation bill covers all conditional grants to government and to the counties. And this is both donor funding and it is also Government of Kenya funding. So the funds that we provide, they are determined, the distribution of those funds are determined by the county government's additional allocation bill. And the county government's additional allocation bill, sorry, it's such a long word, that bill is very seldom consented to before the very end of the financial year. And this means that the funds that we provide to the National Treasury for onward disbursement to the counties, those funds are stuck at the National Treasury for months on end, awaiting the approval of this county government's additional allocation bill. And there we actually have a significant technical problem, because the funds which are supposed to be provided to the health facilities and to assist in the running of the health facilities, these funds are actually stuck for months on end at the National Treasury. The county government's additional allocation bill is approved by the National Assembly and also by the Senate, and the bill determines how these conditional grants are to be distributed between the various counties. And of course, each county has its own priorities, and each county would probably believe that they should be getting more funds than they got the year before. And the political discourse is very long and very taxing. So that's one of the problems we have in distributing or in dispersing our funds. Just to brief you, the Danish funds are on budget, so the Danish funds are transferred to the National Treasury. From the National Treasury, they are transferred to the Ministry of Health. From the Ministry of Health, they are transferred or dispersed to the counties through the County Revenue Fund. From the County Revenue Fund, these funds have to go into a so-called special purpose account, which is only for the Danida primary healthcare funds and for the county's counterpart funds. The counties are actually counterpart funding on this program and are doing so very well in general. And then from this special purpose account, or SPA, the funds are then transferred to each and every health facility depending on the priorities of that county. From there, the funds are then, through the Health Management Committee, the funds provided from Danida and also from the county are then determined by this Health Finance Management Committee. And this committee is, of course, it represents the local community, and the funds are then spent according to the priorities set by the community. With the devolution and with the FIF funds, we're very happy about this, the issue of the FIF, and that the facilities may now spend the funds that they generate themselves. However, this only applies to level 4 and upwards. Level 2 and level 3, where the Danida funds are focused, these facilities still rely on capitation. They are not allowed to generate their own funds. They are not allowed to bring in user fees or other fees from their clients or their patients. And what we would like to see going forward would be that the level 2 and level 3, they are also allowed to establish an FIF, and that they can also generate their own funds to be used there on site. Thank you.
Thank you, Steen. Painting for us a picture of, just models of strengthening governance of health financing that should strengthen primary healthcare services. I'll come to you, Leonora. And we know that strategic purchasing of health services is one aspect that is really supposed to ensure and strengthen efficiencies in health financing and execution of finances. But we know that despite being regulations, frameworks that should govern and guide procurement processes, we still have challenges. Counties are struggling with pending bills. KEMSA, for example, is owed in excess of 2.8 billion as of June 2024 by county government. So what is it that we can do better to ensure that we are unlocking these challenges to improve access to health services?
Thank you. So pending bills are financial obligations that the counties have that they have not met. And Mabel just talked about salaries for the staff, but you also have the fact that sometimes they have pending bills to KEMSA. So the way KEMSA is set up, you're supposed to have an advance payment before you get your medication delivered. So how do we end up with pending bills? If that is the structure that we currently have, that you have to pay in advance before you get your drugs from KEMSA. It's because we have some loopholes, right? So sometimes you can have counties request for a credit line, or there's an emergency or an outbreak. So KEMSA will not sit back and say you have not provided money, will not give you medicine. So they have to step in to make sure the services are still accessible to the people. So with this, I think the biggest problem we currently have is, one, our systems are not in place. In terms of tracking where the procurement process is taking place. We have weak procurement systems. We also have those loopholes that are being used. But then our biggest one at the county level is we are heavily dependent on the treasury. Yes, we are heavily dependent. So if you don't get your 80% or your 70%, you will not be able to function. So with those few challenges, so that I don't take too much time, we need to be able to strengthen our systems in a way that we can track procurement happening. And I know Rwanda has a very good system that tracks procurement. It also instigates and prompts when disbursements are not taking place as they are supposed to take place. We also have to have all the stakeholders together at the table, because if health people don't talk to finance people, we'll still have a very big challenge. So if you can strengthen our systems, ensure that as stakeholders we're working together, we'll move the needle a bit. Yeah.
Thank you, Leonora. And to close for us that session around intergovernmental disbursements and just management of resources at the local level, I'll come to you, Rina. And Leonora has just talked about the procurement challenges. In the context of facility improvement financing that we are currently rolling out across the country, is that a panacea? Is it a solution to ensuring that we reduce delays in procurement and because of the autonomy that is being given at that lower level?
So Steen had mentioned some bits of what the facility improvement financing is supposed to do. And legally, the FIF invoked Section 109(2)(b) of the PFM Act to be able to allow facilities to become entities first, where they can be able to raise and retain and utilize the revenue at source. So looking at that, and then the question comes from these facilities are run by clinicians. And from experience, I have interacted with one of the clinicians in one of the counties that we work in, that is Kwale County. And for him, he would say that I want to do the medical bit of it. I don't want to do the administrative work of it. So that's why we have different departments at the county level. Then now this brings us to the question of what is the role of Treasury in supporting the health department to ensure that they implement FIF. But also, COG has seen this as an issue and has come up with what we call a model financial procedures manual. It's not something that counties are supposed to use it as it is, because Leonora alluded to, counties are different, contexts are different. So they're supposed to customize it. And within it highlights the structures of procurement processes and also financial management. So it also saves those medical practitioners or healthcare workers who are also managing funds to be able to understand the processes, to be able to understand what to do and all that. But it does not remove the responsibility from Treasury, because they work hand in hand with the accountants to ensure that this process is smooth. And within the manual, it has also indicated the timelines of which, how you can initiate procurement process, the process of inviting people to bid and all that. So it's very elaborate, and I think it should be launched around sometime next week. So people should be ready for that. And then now counties will start adopting and seeing how they can be able to implement that so that they are working towards reducing their procurement processes.
Excellent. Really looking forward to that, how we are providing, improved tools to be able to enhance procurement efficiencies. Audience, I hope you're not sleeping. I hope we are moving along. So I have a section that I'm going to move into, and then after that I'll open up for a few questions and comments, and we can move forward to the rest of the questions. And now we want to move into the supplementary budgets. If you're here in the morning, you had all the conversations around, supplementary budgets. They're supposed to be responding to shifting targets in revenue targets, but then we've also seen, how counties actually sometimes doing up to 2-3 supplementary budgets. How does that shift prioritization of health within that context? Does that reverse, the plans and the priorities that we have for health? And I'll start with you, Margaret. And I will ask you, within the context of supplementary budgets, how can we protect critical health priorities, from frequent budget reallocations and reversals of priorities?
Thank you very much. I think for me, the bigger question is why the cuts and why is health always affected? And I want to believe it's because health is not seen as an economic necessity. And it is so siloed that when the cuts will happen, it is only the health people that will defend health. Yet we know that in this country, health and development go hand in hand. Many of us here are one sickness away from poverty, but we will never see that reflected in our budgets. And so for me, the bigger issue is how government and the leadership perceives health. Is it a health issue as being sickness, or is it a development issue that brings forth productivity? So that's a bigger debate that can be had, and I don't think we can exhaust it today. The other thing is that because of that, then you find that when there's a supplementary budget, the competing priorities then take precedence over health. And if I look at SHIFT, because we've been in the SHIFT dialogue, right from the beginning of 2023, June, and when we were, listening and participating, SHIFT was meant to, the government was meant to put about 61 billion on primary health care fund and 14.8 on SHIFT. Okay? Chronic and emergency, 75 billion. Now, putting an end to NHIF was a very bold move. And so a bold move must be accompanied by bold steps, meaning an allocation of funding that will speak to us as the users and say, we know we've got you. Now, the reality is that PHC fund today got 6.1 billion against the 50. 4 billion for primary health care, 2 billion for chronic illness against 75 billion. And so this is what I'm talking about, the shifting, the priority, the understanding of health. It is not just about the absence of sickness, it's about the productivity of this nation. COVID-19 proved to us that if a nation is sick, nothing goes on. And so for me, that is one of the things that we find competing priorities coming into play. Because there is either a minimal understanding or a deliberate, deliberate turning away from what is really the reality. And so for me, that's one thing. So we can talk about the formulas, we can talk about the allocations, but the crux of the matter is that we must see health as an economic necessity, as a survival necessity, the foundation upon which every sector must be laid upon. Secondly, the reason why budgets come and budgets change is because there's minimal public participation. And I believe the PFM Act gives a provision for public participation. But you will find that public participation has been seen to be you must have refreshments, you must have lunch. Yet we saw the youth, the Gen Z, pull an X space that had over 1 million that spoke to the president. So we need to shift our mind about what public participation is and can be. We also have an act, the public participation bill that has been going through its motions. We need it fast-tracked, because we need to understand the thresholds. You see, the bigger the crowd that is involved in making a decision, the harder it will be to shift the budgets. Because sometimes we don't know. So they shift, and if you remember when you were growing up, the only thing I knew about budgets was a man that held a briefcase. Okay, in June, or is it July, he held a briefcase. All my father wanted to know is whether alcohol had gone up or down, and cigarettes. Okay, that is the interaction we had, the common people, with budgets. We need to demystify the fact that this budget is complex. It's not complex. All I need to know as a citizen, are you going to serve me? I don't know what formula, I don't care. All I want is you said you will do this, have you done it? And so public participation brings health at the center, because right now we are speaking about people-centered health, PHC for UHC, but then where are the people? Now we are talking structures, we'll talk formulas, but where are the people? Put the people back in the center, and then you will be able to mitigate against shifting priorities that sometimes just need someone to stand up and speak. Look at what happened to the finance bill. We had given our contribution. It went that way. Nobody took, we have a record that we spoke. The Gen Z had to come and march on the streets to say what we were saying in our submissions. And so we need to be able to have the participation bill passed and fast-tracked so that it is enshrined. It is in the Constitution. Let it be operationalized. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. I think Margaret just speaks for all of us in terms of that citizen and end user voice. I think we are still on that area, and thank you for bringing in that strong perspective about where are the people in this even decision making. And Paul, I turn to you, and still in the context of county fiscal planning for health and the supplementary budgets. When supplementary budgets are really necessary, how can we make sure that they work within the legal frameworks, maintaining transparency, citizen participation, just to make sure that we don't compromise essential services? And also, how can we strengthen that county level fiscal planning for health?
Thank you, Rachel. Now, let me start by saying that supplementary budgets are not inherently bad. And I think the national government on average does almost 2 or 3 supplementaries in the course of implementing the budget. At the county level, almost 80%, really over 80% of the money that counties rely on to finance activities come from the disbursements that are coming from the national level, and also from the donors like Steen here, from the NIDA, from the World Bank. Now, those sources of funds, those primary sources of funds for the counties, currently, as you can see, there is the Division of Revenue Act that is still stuck at the negotiations. We have like 5 months going without any disbursements to the counties. The conditional grants bill that's supposed to unlock the funds that donors like Danida have or provide to the counties has also not been considered and passed. So that ties up almost all the 80% funding for the counties, yet they have to keep running operations. What happens then is that when you do your planning at the beginning of the year, you do your CIDP, you do the ADP, you do the CFSP, all those documents, you plan with the assumption that these monies that are going to be disbursed according to the laid down schedule of what is in the Constitution. When there's a delay, it means that when you start spending, or sometimes you have to run into debts. So that issue of supplementary has to arise because you have to make adjustments as you go because of that unpredictability of those disbursements. The second one is for health. I think with the passage of FIF, the people in health will actually be looking to supplementary a lot because they are now going to be required to get the monies that they're raising from facilities to be properly included in the budget and appropriated. Sometimes at the beginning of the year, you might find that you overprojected how much you're going to collect from the facilities, and therefore, if you don't meet your target, it becomes an audit query. So the supplementary budget offers a mechanism to course correct and come back with more realistic targets. Now, the reason why supplementaries are seen to be very disruptive is maybe they don't garner the kind of attention that the budget, the main budget garners, the primary budget that is passed in June. They might not be, the process of preparing them might not be as comprehensive, starting from public consultations or the ADP all the way down. Because the assumption here is that we are really not changing the budget too much. The supplementary are only supposed to vary about 10% of the budget, although there is a debate on whether that 10% is on the overall resource envelope or on the individual votes. So sometimes when counties don't have money for paying salaries, remember human resources is the only input that counties buy that also has the capacity to react. You can employ people. If you don't pay them, they paralyze the operations of the county. You might need to pay them first, even before you can buy drugs. So that is something that is also, those are decisions that I think Governor Somad was here in the morning. They have to grapple with on a daily basis. So it becomes a bit of a problem. Now, in terms of safeguarding how do we ensure that they really don't, the supplementaries don't really lead to a lot of disruptions for health, is first of all, the health people really must take the process of preparing budget serious. Like from the beginning, at the point of conceptualizing an annual development plan, when the consultations are happening, when ceilings are being set and priorities are being agreed upon, you need to clearly identify your priorities. If it is a strategic priorities, ensure that it is backed up by something as very important as like a cabinet resolution that we are going to put money in, say, our level 5 hospital. So you ensure that there is a decision up front, so that when the supplementary happens, it really not, those priorities that have been decided take precedence over any other reallocation in the process, because those now become like strategic priorities for the counties. I think that is how I would probably address it. There's a lot to say, but because of time, I leave it at that point.
Great. Paying attention to supplementary budget, but then, as you say, it needs to start with even just a participation in the budget cycle. So I'd like to take a break here from the panel, a small break, and just see, are there any questions or comments from the audience that we can pick one or two? Then we move into the other aspects of this conversation. Yes, I can see a couple of hands. Wow. I'll take three. I'll take four, one from each row, and then we will give you a chance. So let me start from that row. I think the hand has gone down, so let me start here. So where is the roving mic? Okay. Okay, let's start from there.
Thank you. It was, I think, Steen who talked about having more funds within the public health, primary health care. But there's a trend in the counties whereby many a times when money comes on the ground, they tend to spend more on curative than preventive. So you find that it's like our priorities are upside down. Where would you prioritize your money if you have a small budget? And then two, you are talking about allowing the levels 2 and 3s to start charging some fees. How is that in conformity with the universal health coverage? Because, you know, the very poor tend to use those facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to you here.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohammed Saleh. I wanted this panel to make it clear to me. First of all, my understanding is that the term insurance, and one of the principles of insurance, is that from the pool where people collect money, is only the few who will suffer loss or maybe be paid. Now, maybe the same principle is here, that out of people who are going to contribute towards our insurance pool, is only a few who will get sick. Now, where I'm getting puzzled is that this Kenya citizen who was contributing through NHIF, there must be some funds which were left there. Now that we are shifting to share, and we are starting from zero again, what will happen to the funds which were left there, and they were supposed to serve the same Kenyan, that today we are told hospitals cannot be paid, there's no fund, patients are getting frustrated because private hospital cannot give them service. Counties are also suffering because they don't have money to pay for the services. I'd like you maybe to assist me there. Secondly, and final, yes, madam, is that if you look at the budget at the national level and at the county level, I'm sure health is one of the highest component which is being budgeted. The budget a lot after, maybe education is health. Now, why do you find it difficult to have money? Because kama watu waliweka budget hiyo na ndo ya juu, kwa nini leo county wanasema hawana pesa ya kulipa kwa hospitali na mlikuwa na budget? Thank you very much.
Some gender balance. Good afternoon. My name is Anunshata Oyula, and I have a question, and I think this question cuts across. My question is, as a stakeholders, what do you do to ensure budget, I'll be particularly to resource allocation, does not affect achieving our policies, health policies? What am I saying? Why am I saying this? If you ask me today if resource allocation is affecting our achievement of policy, I'll say yes, it's affecting. Let's look at our constitution. Article 3 guarantee every individual to access highest standard of health. But it's so unfortunate, you go into a health facility, there are some patients who goes there and they can't even afford medication. Some are even being referred to go and buy this medication to maybe pharmacy and those medications, they are not cheap. And universal health coverage itself, it talks about affordable. And then I really like and appreciate what one of the speakers said. One of their achievement was to ensure there is a lot of the establishment of health facilities. I can disagree, or I can say this: having a big head without brain is nothing. Sorry to say that. It's the same thing, having so many facilities, but we don't have equipment, we don't have medication. What is the essence of me walking into a health facility and I can't access those medications? It's rather have one facility, but it's equipped. And then another thing, let's look at Kenya. Kenya has so many commitment that is put in place. Let's look at London Summit. Kenya committed to increase youth-friendly services from 10% to 30% by 2020 and to 50% by 2025. But today, you look at a young person walk into a health facility, she's not able to access reproductive health services because of poor attitude from health facility. If at all, we can link the budget and our policies, I don't think we will be having this issue of budget change. Because why do we need to have a different budget every day? Why can't we just go and look at some of the policies and align with the money that we have, so that at the end of the day we can have something and say, yes, we did this for young people, yes, we did this for mothers. And then, thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Violet Mbiti. So my question revolves around pending bills, even to KEMSA by counties. And I'd like to get a solution like what is being done. For example, an analysis of level 4 facilities in Machakos County with regard to budget allocation for the financial year 2024-2025, as opposed to 2023-2024, revealed that there was significant decline in funding in all level 4 facilities. And this is something that was even addressed to the County Budget Appropriation Committee. So what they said is that, even as a county, we owe so much money to KEMSA, because it's also, Machakos is also high. It ranks high with the money it owes to KEMSA. So what I'm hearing there with the panelists is that one of the solutions is to strengthen systems to track procurement. So what I'm wondering is, because as you're speaking right now, we don't have medicines, we have inadequate medicines in all the level 4 facilities in Machakos County. And yet you're saying that we should strengthen procurement systems and all stakeholders together. Well, with all 6 stakeholders together, maybe we'll be thinking about the system thinking approach on how we are going to do about that. But with regard to strengthening systems of procurement in the county, I wanted to know, is it currently happening? Is it currently happening? Or is it an idea that we have? Like in Machakos and the other counties, the 47 counties, is what is being done to ensure that there is system strengthening to track procurement, so that we can ensure that counties don't rely on not allocating funds to level 4 facilities and all the other facilities. Thank you.
This true?
Thank you. My name is Francis Namuju from Western Busia County. My concern is about health financing and why the counties allocate very little resources to preventive program and they allocate much to curative. 2, how are we dealing with the issue of human resource in our health facilities? And more specifically, level 2s and level 3s. In this regard, we are talking about how do you allocate one nurse to run all health services at a dispensary level, and how are you dealing with mental health issues for these healthcare workers? And then number 3, in terms of infrastructure, a dispensary missing latrines, and we are running these health facilities. Are we considering data and information from these health facilities? And for instance, a health facility is given a notice for closure by a public health officer who reports directly to this Department of Health. And the reason for closure or notice for closure is a lack of a latrine. So how do you expect this nurse to run services in these health facilities when we don't have the infrastructure that facilitate access to health services? Then lastly, Aboja, you've been in Busia, and we've been working with you very closely around primary health. The NIDA grants. When counties are given these grants, what is the formula that is used? For instance, is data given or used to make decisions to these health facilities when they receive the support to run for these facilities? So you need to look at the distribution of resources against the health facilities at the level 2s and level 3s which receive funding from the NIDA, because sometimes the facility runs for close to 9 months without receiving any support. So how do we expect citizens to access services from these health facilities, and why do we have many of these dispensaries across our wards when the services are not being provided? Then the last question I want to ask, as healthcare workers, do we value life?
Pertinent questions. Allow me to have those ones responded to, then we will come back. And I will cluster them a bit and distribute them, but I believe you've picked where it speaks to you. I think the first one will be to you, Steen. I think there's a lot of concern about, one, even as we are talking about, financing and gearing financing towards primary health care. Is that where we are really seeing the money going? Are we really seeing money going into preventive and promotive services, or are we still stuck at curative? And a practical example is, how can we talk about that when we still have even lack of basic infrastructure? And then for you, Paul, I think just linked to that, there's a big question about how does allocation to funding to health translates into actual expenditure. I think for Kenyans, you'll understand this. When we say tumetenga, how does that translate into services? And then the third one, I think, is really about the social health insurance. And I'll give you this, Mabel. There's a big question about, we are saying moving from NHIF to SHIF is really meant to expand, social health insurance coverage, but is that really what we are seeing? Are we starting from zero? What is happening there? And I think the citizens are not seeing how that money is moving. And then lastly, the issue of pending bills, Leonora. Yeah, and KEMSA, I think they still need to clarify there, what is it that we are doing or we should do to be able to ensure that we are putting in place effective systems to track, procurement. And Margaret and Rina, I'll ask you to just contribute if you can to some of this. Okay, we'll start with you, Steen.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, and thank you, the gentleman, for the questions. The question, as I understood it, was how do we move the focus from curative to preventive? I hope that is correctly understood. And of course, this is a long journey. The journey that the Danish embassy has chosen is to support what was previously called the community health volunteers, but now the community health promoters, and put more emphasis on that level of the health sector. So focus more on the community health promoters. They are the ones who are in touch with the communities. They are the ones who can identify vulnerable communities and vulnerable people in the communities, and they are the ones who can step in and prevent illnesses and sicknesses before they actually occur. So in the support that Danita is giving is providing to the counties, there is a specific budget there which has to go to the community health promoters. So we're focusing very much on that level. But I should also like to say that that preventive health has to also be promoted by schools, vocational training centers, high schools, the universities, and it has to involve many other sectors. As my co-panelist was saying before, health is not a silo. We really need to have a broad range of interested parties who can assist us to increase the focus on preventive health, and all other things being equal, the more we can focus on preventive health, the less we need to focus on curative health. There was one more question from the same gentleman on the L2s and L3s, and if I understood it correctly, it was how to introduce an FIF at that level. I'm afraid I'm not really in a position to answer that question, but for me it's a legal requirement. It's something which has to be done through the laws. Thank you.
Okay, so on the issue of budget and spending, what we allocate versus budget being available. This is, budget is a tool of, I would call it aspirations, because when you're doing your budget, even at a household level, you can budget that this month my salary will be maybe 2,000. You expect that you will receive the 2,000, so you maybe draw up a budget of how you're going to spend the 2,000. Sometimes that 2,000 doesn't come through, so you have to adjust your budget. That's how we end up with supplementaries. But be that as it may, whatever little that becomes available, I think from the government perspective, it needs to follow what was agreed upon, like in the budget itself. When money comes, they are supposed to be disbursed according to the vote or the items that were voted by the assembly when they were doing the appropriations. Sometimes this doesn't occur. Actually, most of the time this doesn't occur, and it leads to the issues of pending bills, like what Leonora was talking about in KEMSA and all. Why does this happen? Now, for those who understand like the PFM and its architecture, the counties are highly centralized in terms of the way monies are managed. So a lot of decisions are made from one department, which is the Treasury Department. And now when you have all decisions of which voucher to pay being made from one office, and the money that comes through is really not sufficient, sometimes you really tend to do another prioritization at that point of payment, and maybe the guidelines of what you prioritize to pay and what you don't pay is really a bit hazy. So the way to address this probably is to maybe advocate for a bit of decentralization, like that each department that receives an appropriation should actually be given their money to manage so that they pay off their pending bills or their expenditure items. that is a conversation that I think is happening. I think we have picked it up with COG, and probably we will see where it leads. It's quite a bit of technical conversation that COG, together with the county treasuries and the national government, looking at the existing frameworks, we might be able to find a solution. But the issue of spending itself, like in totality, the totality is that the capacity of counties to raise revenue is actually really hampered. So actually, some of the reason why they are making decision to centralize everything is because of that unpredictability of the money that is going to come through. So those are part of the, like as we look at the county, which is the service delivery unit, or the government that is tasked with delivering services, we recognize that their hands are limited in terms of how much, like the bulk of the money that they rely on are actually, their disbursement is out of their control. And it is really frustrating. And you see the frustration also goes down to the beneficiaries, people who are supposed to benefit from these services. It's really a big challenge. I also wanted to speak briefly on the issue of the pending bills and the KEMSA. I know Leonora will add. But sometimes when you look at the KEMSA issue, it probably really not a problem of procurement or tracking of the procured commodities. Because procurement, you assume that money is there. The problem is on the money side of things. When a county issues an LPO, do they have capacity to honor and pay off that LPO when they give it to KEMSA? Now, I was having a discussion with some guys from KEMSA, and you look at KEMSA as a corporate body, it doesn't only procure for counties. They also procure commodities for the national government, which is the Ministry of Health, the donors who procure commodities such as like the family planning, malaria. They use KEMSA systems to procure some of these. But we don't see a lot of problems with pending bills on that end. Probably we might need to look at how do they make, how is the arrangement with those bodies, other bodies, and can it give us some lessons to streamline the county system so that we are able to mitigate against the problem of pending bills and therefore blacklisting of counties and their commodities not being available in the facilities.
Thank you, Paul. Paul has answered my question, but what I can say is even before the Digital Health Act, there has been conversation about automating some of these systems so that it's able to track how we're making payments, are they being made on time. So that's one of the things I think we need to actualize and just not leave it on paper. We have organizations that are working to see how they can synchronize and automate this system so that it's easier to track where the money is going and how it's being used. The other thing is, I know there's one or two counties that have a very strict rule in terms of requesting for medication without the actual budget. So they're very strict in terms of you cannot make that request if you don't have the actual money for it. And that's I think, a lesson learned that we can pick up. I know it's very difficult to not ask for something when you don't have the money because we have that culture. But if we can instigate it in a way that, unless it's really, really necessary, we don't make it an everyday event where we're asking for medication without the money. The other thing is, the counties that have dedicated health accounts specifically for drugs, that has worked really well. So you hardly have stockouts because you have ring-fenced some money specifically for medicine. So that has helped some counties as well. Thank you.
Okay, I'll make a small addition on the issue of pending bills, particularly for the KEMSA. And like I said before, the pending bills are not only for KEMSA. There are people who supply food to the hospitals for the patients. There are people who supply cleaning services to the hospital. There are people who supply non-farms, various commodities. So this issue of pending bills cuts across. If you look at the NHIF that has now been wound up and we've gone to SHA, NHIF had pending bills, unpaid claims or unsettled claims amounting to over 30 billion Kenya shillings. I mean, this is something which is in the public domain, this information. So there is always that ripple effect, and it's resulting in even this issue of counties having pending bills. Out of that bill, that money that NHIF owed to facilities, they owed to counties 12 billion. For the health facilities that are supposed to be paid. So if you look at the KEMSA debt, counties owe KEMSA a total of 8 billion. If you look at what counties are owed in terms of only NHIF disbursements, reimbursements, and what they owe to KEMSA, then you could even see it could check off and counties would still have some balance. So there is a trend, a cyclic trend, when the disbursements delay, as we had mentioned, and then when NHIF also fails to reimburse in time, then the problem continues to go round and round. And sometimes someone could easily say this because it's a situation that is occurring right now. But I think what would help us to have a very good picture is where we have SHA paying out its claims on time and the National Treasury disbursing all the county monies on time. Then the issue of delays then stop. Then we can be able to see which county is actually not just being effective or efficient. But as it is now, there is a very easy scapegoat that we have had delays. I'm not saying that someone is saying someone is using that as an excuse, but it's a possibility because it's a situation that is arising right now. Now, on the issue of insurance and the monies that should have moved from NHIF to SHA, I'm not able to answer that question competently. It's supposed to be responded to by someone from SHA because they could be easily respond to that because there are paid up members of NHIF who had paid for the whole year. Some had even paid for 2 years their premiums, and now when they are not able to access services, I think SHA should be able to respond to that issue. What I can say about the whole insurance and is that we still need the money to be able to finance primary health care. And when you talk about facility improvement financing for level 2 and 3, it's not about introducing fees or charges at those levels. That's not the intention. But under the primary health care fund, as you know, the Social Health Authority administers 3 funds, yeah? The primary health care fund, the social health insurance fund, which is contributory, and the critical care and emergency fund. So the first fund, the primary health care fund, is funded by tax money. So it means the government is supposed to vote money for that fund. Now that money is what is supposed to go to the primary care facilities. So when a citizen goes to receive care, as long as they are registered members of SHA, then the facility will be able to get the money, reimbursements for the services offered or capitation, as it were. So that money is still supposed to be received in the facility account. Because the FIF law, which was passed last year, and the counties have also passed their individual FIF laws, requires that every facility must have a bank account into which monies will be paid. Like Danida money, Danida disburses money to level 2 and 3 only, not level 4, not any, and also now a level 1, which is the community. The money disbursed by Danida has to come through the CRF, County Revenue Fund account, then it goes to the special purpose account. From the special purpose account, it must go to the facility account. So every health facility must have a bank account in which the money is received. So in the health reforms in the UHC, primary health care still remains free for the Kenyan. Actually not free because it's paid by the tax. So Kenyans are paying for it indirectly. Through your taxes, then money is allocated into that fund, which is then administered by SHA. I think Steen has addressed the issue of why are we focusing on preventive as opposed to curative health services? The other way around, actually. Why are we focusing on curative? The focus should be on preventive. And that is what the primary health care legislation is meant to achieve. We are moving more from curative to the preventive, and that is strengthening the health promotion and disease prevention activities that are mainly happening at the community level. So that is the plan. That is what is going on. But I must say that in the SHA benefit package, it has not been very clear how primary health care activities will be financed. So that is a conversation that we need to escalate to another level to ensure that those primary healthcare activities, those disease prevention and promotion activities are also financed and they're listed somehow in the health benefit package. Because as it is right now, they are not listed in the health benefit package. And that would give a picture that whereas we have laws providing a framework for preventive health care, we are still focusing more on curative. There is one more that was asked by a lady there. Commitments to international obligations. How are we meeting these? And she particularly mentioned commitments that to increase youth-friendly facilities. So I want to say that there has been progress. We are not where we are supposed to be yet, but the coverage has significantly increased. If you look at our assessment, from the time the London Summit commitments were done and where we are at now, there are attempts. We are not yet there. We don't have youth-friendly facilities in every, let's say, health center, but we have in majority of the health facilities. The numbers are still low, and the youth still need the youth-friendly facilities, but it's a work in progress. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that was a very good question, Oyula. I think that's the young lady. And she asked a very pertinent question. We have policies that, as you said, Primary Healthcare Act is supposed to really ensure that, finances are geared towards preventive and promotive. But we are not seeing the financing following that. So she asked a very important question. Is it an issue of chicken and egg? What should follow? But I think for her, those policies should really be enabled by financing. We have a few minutes before we close, and we cannot close before we talk about social accountability. And I'm going to, we'll go to pivot to that. And before that, Steen, you had something to add?
No, I owe the gentleman over here an answer to his question. It was a very direct question about the funds that go to each and every facility. It is the rules and regulations regarding the Danida funds are such that the whole project is seen as a co-ownership with the counties. So the amount of funds, Danish funds, that go to the counties are determined by the county government's additional allocation bill, not by Danida. Now, the money that goes from county headquarters to each and every facility is decided by the county headquarters. Danida has got nothing to do with the distribution of those funds to the individual facilities. So that responsibility lies solely with the county. Thank you.
Thank you for picking that. And I know we didn't answer all your questions. You asked also a very critical question about the care for the carers. And Mabel painted to us a very promising picture of HRH strengthening. So please pick that conversation with her and ask her, how are we taking care of the primary healthcare providers? So I want us to wrap up with a social accountability conversation. And here, I'll bring you in, Margaret, and ask you, how can we ensure, fair participation in all these reforms that are happening? And just a process of strengthening citizen voices. What are we not doing right?
I think one of the things that we need to consider is that the era of working alone in silos is not effective. And so what we are not doing well is working together. So we need to be able, in answer to even the question that the young lady asked about what happened to the commitments. You see, the commitments are done out there. You're working in your small corner. How will you ever ask somebody else what's happening? And so social accountability needs for us to be, number one, educated. Information is very powerful. And so one of the things you'll find is that the same way we have voter apathy and ignorance is the same way we have ignorance around health and health priorities and health issues. And so the first thing we need to do is, whether we are youth or CSO, to be able to have information dissemination happening and bringing people up to speed. So coalitions and networks are so critical in terms of bringing the commitments to book, in the sense of having the commitments then operationalized with a budget allocation. And so one of the things that I would say for social accountability is that we need to do a lot of capacity building. We need to do a lot of what is this thing called civic education. We need to come together as civil society and the youth to come up with unified advocacy agendas, because the question about youth, what she has asked, will be asked by somebody in another county. 47 questions asking the same thing, yet they could have a coalition that helps them to understand what are the commitments, what did government commit to doing. Right now we talk about Abuja Declaration, 15%. We'll never get there. Why? Well, no, maybe we will, but we cannot explain how 74% goes back to the exchequer, and then we go back and say we need more money for health. So there's dialogues that need to be had to break down that 74% holds a lot of detail. But on the face of it, it looks like we are not spending. And so I think for me, social accountability has come of age, and civil society needs to take its position together with the youth. They need to have a platform, take their space, and be able to be heard through public participation. When we had a stockout in Gavi, the stockout of vaccine, it was coming together that unlocked the 1.25 billion that was needed as co-financing that the government was supposed to put in place. And so that is something that we could not have done alone as a single organization. And so social accountability behoves all of us to de-silo and to begin to speak and to take what we need, technical assistance from here, finance from there, information from there, and then the clout from somebody else. There's always someone who knows someone who knows someone who can unlock the deadlock, anything that is the deadlock. So social accountability has come of age, if you ask me. Yeah.
Thank you, Margaret, and for sure we saw the leadership of HENE during that vaccine stockout and government responding to, first of all, explain, but also to ensure that that gap was filled very quickly. So the critical role of social accountability. Reina, that is your space as well. How can we make sure, first of all, are we creating enough platforms and spaces for citizen engagement? And how can we ensure that that is really built from, the county to national level?
I would say the spaces are there. Legally, the PFM has created avenues in the budget process where citizens can be able to engage. But also there's that understanding of when to engage, how to engage, and on what. I like the analogy that was used about the big head with nothing. But you need to look at also critically in terms of contextual issues from different counties' perspective. From a smaller counties, having more facilities than the population or the geographical area, and then it doesn't make sense in terms of allocating resources. But there are counties out here that are very diverse and wide. I will speak of a county like Kwale, which is vast, and for a county like that, having more facility was to just trying to look at having that, bridging that geographical inequities in terms of access to health services. But also when you attend these forums, you get to hear also interesting perspective from the citizens. For example, I remember there's a time a mother was in a public participation mentioning that they cannot access health services, maternal health services at night because the facilities are very far and the distance that they have to go to the facility is invaded by, the place is invaded by elephants. That is a true life experience of a mother saying that if you bring the services closer, then it means first you stop endangering the lives of mothers, but because also if you work on the health system and looking at also other support that they need in terms of probably referral in case the case escalates and all that, then there are mechanisms to which connects that mother to get that service. But again, also, you will find also there's a lack of understanding of what each of the level of facilities supposed to, service they're supposed to provide. You'll find citizens in a public participation forum requesting to have a ward in a level 2 or level 3. Level 2, level 3 facilities are not supposed to have inpatients, but they can have a staff house within the facility where if a mother requires a service at night, then she can be able to get that service, and then the county finds ways of compensating that technical person or healthcare worker who's providing that service at night. So looking at the avenues of what are these contextual issues, what is the public saying about their real life experiences and what they're looking at, and then what is practically possible. Someone has mentioned something around out of stock. There are conditions that counties have put in place and thresholds for you to declare that medicines are out of stock, and the counties understand that. And then there have also, departments of health have structures where they do what we call redistribution of drugs within the facilities or within the counties. So you'll find that one sub-county could be having more drugs, but it's not being utilized and it's required in another sub-county. So the Department of Health has put in measures to ensure that the health system, even as we wait for the KEMSA and all that, and this medicine is required, then citizens are able to access that. So that dialogue between citizens to understanding the contextual issue, and also citizens being able to understand also how the government operates and how it operates, then it creates a platform for what Margaret has said. It's a dialogue, it's a conversation. People understand what is required to be done, even in these investments that counties are putting in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Rina. So I'll give you a chance, Steen, because Danida really has a big focus on social accountability. What has informed that approach, and what have we seen as the benefits of that? And as you do that, we'll be closing, so you will pass the mic to Paul, and for Paul, Leonora, and Mabel, you'll have the advantage of just giving your final shot as in terms of the one thing that we must do to make sure that PFM works for health.
Thank you very much. I will necessarily have to limit my comments to our own experiences, and I'm not sure that our own experiences can be translated further up the line. But let me just mention, and I also mentioned it in the beginning, the funds that are provided by Danida, the expenditure items, they have to be decided by the Health Facility Management Committee. The Health Facility Management Committee must represent the community. The communities must know what the Health Facility Management Committee decides. So at the very micro level, we attempt to ensure that the funds, the Danida funds that are spent, as well as the county counterpart funds that are spent, they are spent according to the community's wishes. So I must say it's at a very micro level, but that is where we are focused, and it works very well on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. I think on the social accountability, I would give the experience I had. There was a time I was in Bungoma and we were meeting the governor, and he delayed coming. He said he had gone to Makueni to benchmark on how to structure the issues of social accountability. And quite a number of counties are going to Makueni to benchmark on how that decision-making from grassroots level is organized so that inputs from the community is factored in decision-making from the get-go. When a project is being proposed, it is conceptualized at the village level. They sit at like sub-ward level agree on the priorities, and then those are what goes into the budget. And I think it's something that it would work very well for if we were to adopt it. But then what are the necessary ingredients for that to work? We need to demarcate our counties in terms of we need to close the gap in decentralization. And by closing the gap, I mean, currently most counties, we only have administration up to the ward level. Before devolution, we had the villages. The village is the lowest level administration and service delivery. If we are able to have all counties maybe establish those villages and then come up with a service package per village, let's agree that every village will be served by like a health worker, will be served by maybe an agricultural extension officer, maybe will be served by an ECD center, a social hall somewhere, so that we have from investments into things that interest the public come right from the neighborhood side.
Thank you.
I think that would really work well. Thank you.
For me, I think I'll say information is power. So this year we have seen what distributing information that can be synthesized at the lowest level has done. Most people didn't even understand what the finance bill was about, but it was broken down, and we used metrics like social media to explain what this means to the normal 190 on the ground, right? So if we can amplify that to a point where people understand what their rights are, what and how the system works, and how we can advocate, that's where we start from, and working together unified.
Thank you. So, okay, let me just add my voice on the bit of information. As a citizen, you need to know what your entitlements are. What are you supposed to get, for example? What is your benefit package under the new Social Health Insurance Act? What are your entitlements under the Primary Health Care Fund? What are they under the Social Health Insurance Fund? What are your entitlements under the Critical and Emergency Care? Because you cannot claim for what you don't know. And you can receive anything, even if it is substandard, if you don't know the quality of what you're supposed to have. So we need to have more community level or civic education around health so that people know. This will not only ensure accountability on the resources, but also on the quality of care that people receive, so that you know that this is the quality of care I expect to receive at this level of care. And if you do not get that, you also know what's the redress mechanisms that are available to you. So it's important that people have information. Your health is in your hands, and you should be able to know all that pertains to it. With regards to financing, we are not yet there in terms of our aspirations. As Dr. Lubale said, we haven't, as a country, even gotten to the Abuja. And it's been many years since that Abuja declaration was made. Much as we have increased our funding to the health sector significantly, we are not yet there. So, but information will help us to demand more health for the resources that we already have, so that whatever we have, we should also be able to get services commensurate to what we have. And while at it, we are the voices. We need to champion to ensure that those services that are supposed to be financed from our taxes are adequately resourced. For example, we need more money. We need money, not even more money. We need money for the Primary Health Care Fund. We need money for the Critical and Emergency Care Fund. And it has to be a conversation that has to keep on going so that we can be able to effectively see the transition from NHIF to SHA. It's ideally, it's a very good ideal what SHA offers for us, what the social health insurance offers for us, whereby we are pooling resources. The people, let me not say the rich, but the people who earn more in the society also support the people who earn low. But then we need the systems to be working so that Kenyans can benefit from what SHA is intended to deliver. Thank you. Thank you, and I'm glad we are concluding on that note of information and data. I know in the health sector we are so used to looking at the data around health outcomes, health indicators, but today we are being challenged that there is also an aspect of data that we don't focus on, the financing data. Data and information that is really supposed to ensure that the citizen understands what their rights are. And I'm sorry we have to finish here. And I know I didn't meet my promise to take more questions. I know we cannot finish the questions, but I hope that Budgety Hub and partners can continue these conversations even through online sessions as emanating from this, so that we can continue to dialogue. Very critical discussions today, and I think the point we are taking home is that we really need to ensure that public financing management really works for the health sector. And I'll close with one quote from Kofi Annan, and he says, "The biggest enemy of health in the developing world is poverty." The biggest enemy of health in the developing world is poverty. So I'll leave you with this question. Is Kenya poor? Are we poor? So why are we not having optimal health services where we should be? I've heard your answers. And so I think allow me to end here. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Let us appreciate us all. It's a full room, and thank you for your inputs. And I will invite Ndiema for some announcements. But I think before that, do we dismiss the panelists first? Okay.
All right, let's appreciate Rachel and Ndirangu together with the panel. Have they done an amazing job? The bishop says yes. If the bishop says yes, it is a yes. Cindy? So one more time, let's appreciate our panelists together with our amazing moderator, Caroline. Rachel, thank you very much. I want to invite Faith. Please come. Just come so that we can do this together. I hope our photographers are here. Thank you, Lex. All right. I want to invite Josephine Nyamai from she's from the coast, the Budgety Hub, that region. So she's in charge, and she'll be here to help present the gifts. Tupigie watu wa pwani pia makofi. Thank you very much, Josephine. So I will kindly ask us to do the gifts. So Josephine will present. Josephine, we can go to the other side. And then I'll make a few announcements as we bring this to the end, all right? We'll start on your extreme left, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Margaret. Really appreciate. Thank you very much. Thank you, Steen, from the Danish Embassy. Thank you very much, Paul. Abonyo. Thank you, Leonora. Thank you very much, Mabel. And finally, to our moderator from Perth, Rachel Ndirango, asante sana. All right, so I'll ask us to do a group photo. Then we will release our panelists kindly. Great. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. One more round of applause to our panelists and our moderator. Thank you very, very much. I will make a few announcements, then we should be able to break for our tea. So someone has lost this. What is this called? Sorry? White, hey, someone is saying white stick, white can. Any other name? White? White. Ken White. So it's a white Ken, all right? So this is lost and found. Please, if it's yours, or if you know who it belongs to, please tell them to come and receive it, okay? So just a few announcements. After this, we have tea and snacks at the back of this hall at the lobby, so please you can have some refreshments. Tomorrow, the first session begins at 9 a.m. and it's 9 a.m. So today we started at 9, so we begin at 9 a.m. Make sure you're here by at 9 a.m. for the session. Registration, we have a welcome tea from 7 in the morning. So you have an opportunity to come early and interact and network. Make sure when you come back, you still register at the registration desk. Kindly carry this wristband, okay? Don't leave it at home. When you're showering, you can shower with it so that you make sure you don't forget it in the room you are in. So make sure you have this. We don't have others for you for tomorrow, so make sure you carry that. We have a prayer room for our Muslim brothers. So when you step out on your left, just speak to the protocol team guys. They will be able to help you. For the Christians, you can pray here. All right? Or wherever. So feel free, feel free. But for our Muslim brothers, I know they have a time, probably just about now. There's a room there. You can find help. Okay. Finally, for those who are staying at the hotel from the counties, the bus leaves at 5 p.m. All right? So you have enough time between now and 5 to engage, to have your tea. But then we'll meet at the at the reception so that they'll be able to guide us on how that goes. Great, I think those are the announcements. So see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we have very interesting sessions. Our very first session is called Strengthening Devolution and for Equitable Development. Great panelists, that's between 9 and 11. We have a break. After that, we'll go to our second session called Budgeting for Impact between 11:30 and 1. We have our lunch break, and then we'll just come to bring it home. And that session will allow the Gen Zs to run it and to tell us how tomorrow looks like, okay? So thank you very much. Have a great evening. Anyone who knows what's happening at the CBD? Watu wa county, bado kuna chance. If you feel you want to go there and, say Viva, you are allowed to, okay? So thank you. Have a great evening. Please, you're allowed to indulge in the snacks. God bless you.